der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now.
Viele Zuschauer unterwegs.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to a beautiful Eiffel scene for the third round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. It is the 56th running of this particular race. If you're not sure about how all of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie works, the VLN and various clubs actually organise these races throughout the year. So we've got some very famous names in terms of the races. This is the third of the championship. We're building towards the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, which is not, of course, part of the championship, and we'll be giving you full coverage of the qualifying race weekend as well as the race itself. Can't wait for that in a very busy June. It is in fact the weekend straight after Le Mans. I said it's been beautiful conditions. It has. Qualifying took place this morning. We'll give you a rundown on that in a moment. In the Global Broadcast Centre today, John Hindorf on duty, Johnny and Bruce with the Spa coverage later on today of the FIA WEC 6-hour race. And it's a busy weekend because we've got IMSA from the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca later on tonight. There's no crossover there, and then again tomorrow. So plenty to keep you interested if you are an endurance racing fan, and why wouldn't you be, particularly on this circuit? This is the circuit, the ultimate circuit for around the world. Does a perfect lap exist on the Nürburgring Nordschleife? Not sure. It is such a challenge that yesterday, under an assumed name, Max Verstappen was here with one of his own team's Ferrari 296s, or at least branded as his own teams. It was an ML Fry run car. Herman, he had a not due cause on the side, which I thought was quite funny. The rumour is that he is going to try and qualify for his air permit, for which he needs 14 laps in a lower powered car. Just about do that in a 4-hour race if you do most of the race yourself, but normally it's spread across 2 races. This morning, as I mentioned, we had the qualifying session, which was run in beautiful conditions. It was not without some incident and accident. We're using the shorter version of the Grand Prix circuit, as always, on the NLS, so not all the way down to the bottom of the hill. It's the short cutout. So in the sunshine this morning, the preparations well underway. We had the K. Kramer 912 with a bit of an engine fire. Then the Tracy Crone 935 Cup car with a problem. He beached that earlier on in the lap. Tracy driving with Nick Johnson as ever. It's very interesting. Got the McLarens here again this weekend, including that number 69, the Door Motorsport car. Black Falcon number 150 out in the countryside doing good work, and a problem for the Falcon number 3, lost a wing out on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, got it back, and they did go on to qualify. Schnitzelau, number 11 car, qualifying in 7th. It was the Dynamic GT in 8th, and that's Marcus Schuring, Falcon Motorsports in 9th position. The Krohn car needing a little bit of remedial work, by the way, after that. 5th place for the Scherer Sport PHX Porsche, the number 6th place for that, sorry. 5th for the Pro-Am Paul Sitter, the number 45. And further up the grid, Valkenhorst in the Vantage in 4th, number 34. The Scherer Sport 15th, the Mercedes EMG team, and then the 911 Mantine EMA. It was Aycan Güven, the Turkish driver, who, along with the Austrian Thomas Preining, is in that car. So they will lead the cars off, as usual, 3 starting groups. Now, good news for you. It is not just my voice that you will be hearing for the next 4.5, nearly 5 hours, which is good news for everybody, not least me. We've actually got an expert here, and an expert who is celebrating the 10-year anniversary. Patrick Simon down on the grid. Let's just have a listen to see if he's doing this in English, and we'll have a listen if he is. Yes, he is. Axel Jeffries down on the grid. Maybe have a listen to this.
Get rid of his helmet. It seems that you are the starting driver today. I mean, 3rd row. It's a good opportunity to show the potential of the car and also your quality of driving a Ferrari around the Nordschleife.
Yeah, I don't know what the team was thinking to make the start, but it's exciting. And the car has shown a lot of potential, especially the tyres. The grip is unbelievable. Something unique about the tyres that they use in the Nordschleife, which we don't get to experience on the Grand Prix circuits. So it's been an incredible experience. Every time I get out the car, I'm like shaking with adrenaline. So it's how it's supposed to be.
Did you ever start on an NLS race?
Very first NLS race I did in 2018.
That's a long time ago. It's time to refresh that feeling. I mean, it's a long formation. That's something you're not used in any other racing tracks. But then as soon as the light drops to green, any nervous now, or is it business as usual?
Oh, it's nerves all the time. It's healthy. It like activates the mind. And honestly, the long warm-up lap, I don't want to get sick on the warm-up lap. So if we can sort that out, then it'll be fine, and we'll just see how it goes in a high speed with all the GT3 cars together. It will be a unique experience, but I have to do it if I want to prepare properly for the 24.
So I hope you survive the formation lap and then have a great time and a lot of entertainment for our fans on the track.
Thank you very much. Thanks to everyone who's watching.
That is the Pro-Am Paul sitting car, the Realised Condor Racing number 45. Axel Jeffries, who Patrick Simon was talking to there, first of all sets the time. However, it will be his teammate, as you saw there, Thomas Neubauer, who will be starting the race. Jimmy Broadbent on pole position, or at least his car is the number 150 in class pole position as well. I was about to tell you that my co-commentator, analyst and expert here is celebrating his 10th anniversary of winning here at the Nürburgring in the 24-hour race. Good morning and welcome to our NLS broadcast into the Global Broadcast Centre. The one, the only, the ultimate professional for performance driver is Andy Prio. Hello, mate. How you doing?
Good morning to you guys. How you doing, John? Lovely to be here with you guys. And can I say thank you so much for everything you've done for motorsport over the last, how long? 20 years plus of Radio Le Mans, and giving us all the information we need. I'll
take 20 years. It makes me sound younger. Thank you very much indeed. Pole position for Aycan Güven in the Grello number 911 Manthey Porsche. Manthey, the family team, originally, now of course owned by Porsche, but still based at Moispath, just on the other side of the Dottinger Hurt, down where you come on for the tourist laps, for those of you who have been good enough to do that. The challenges of the Nürburgring Nordschleife are unlike any other racetrack in the world, Andy.
John, they are. I mean, this place just pulls you in faster and faster. There's very little room for error. You've got to negotiate all the different classes, the weather conditions, the change in surfaces, the cambers, the bumps. The cars require a very different setup. The driving approach is so different to sprint races or normal sprint tracks. It's a very special place, John, and I miss it.
how do you prepare for a track that is so long and has so many imponderables? Because certainly in the 24-hour race, the track can change lap to lap. It's 9+ minutes around, so you get to any corner, pick one, Brunchen. You're not back there till nearly 10 minutes later, and it could have all changed by there. How do you prepare mentally for that?
Well, I think you've just got to be ultra concentrated. You have to do your visualization. Now modern race drivers do their sim work, but that doesn't give you the apps, as you say, that, you know, having all these multi things going on during the lap. You know, you're arriving maybe and there's oil on the track. It's being fully aware. And when I drove for Chip at Daytona, he said, you know, unless a meteorite hits you, everything's your fault. So you've just got to drive with that in mind, that, you know, it's your problem and you've got to deal with it. So you've got to be aware.
I've seen all of your circuit racing career. I remember you subbing in British Touring Car Championship at Alton Park, where you just went and planted the car on pole position in your first ever proper circuit race at that level. Is there a little bit of a throwback in terms of the Nürburgring Nordschleife to the days where you weren't sure what the tracks were going to be like? I've got pictures, black and white pictures, of people like Sir Jack Brabham at Zandvoort drifting cars around because they were feeling for the grip every lap. I liken it more to almost being a rally driver, because you can never be sure what is round the next corner and where the grip level's going to be.
I think that, you know, the Nordschleife, as do a lot of racetracks in the UK and America, to be honest, they teach you to drive at 99.5%. 100.5% you're going to go off. 99% you're too slow. You learn to drive in that very small window of, you know, absolute ultra concentration and intuition without taking unnecessary risks, although you are taking huge risks every time you sit yourself in the race car around here.
We had 134 cars on the entry, 133 set laps. The Dr. Stein Churton Motorsport BMW, the 116 car, didn't set a lap. It remains to be seen whether that car is actually on the grid, and I won't know that until everybody's started and gone through the start-finish area. They did show us being through the pits a couple of times in the qualifying, actually. So maybe they just had a wee problem. Patrick Simon doing a great job down on the grid. Christian Cronjes will be starting the Aston Martin. Aston back with a vengeance here, and the best of them sitting well up to the sharp end. Front of the cars are the front of the grid's SP9s, of course, and they are effectively GT3 cars. A little bit of a change in specification. For example, actually, the Manthey 992 GT3R, which is the spec of car that runs, say, in the World Endurance Championship and in IMSA as LM GT3 and GTD. Here at the Nürburgring, it's always had the louvres over the front wings. It's not been the case for any of the other series. The new evolution, which I was crawling all over at Spa a couple of weekends ago when it made its quote-unquote competition debut, actually running out of competition and out of homologation in the Creventic series, that has now got the louvres back in the top of the wing. So when they start going to customers towards the end of the year for 2026, that is one of the evolutions on that 992.2, if you will, or Evo 2, of the 911 GT3. Got Porsches, we've got Mercedes, we've got Audis, we've got Astons, we've got Ferrari, and the Condor racing car is the pole sitter, as we know, in Pro-Am. That's the Axel Jeffries car that we were talking about earlier on. But we have got Fords. Ford are back at the Nürburgring in the shape of HRT Ford Performance, and the number 9 car sits in 11th position. Dirk Muller did the qualifying on that, and Ford have made a big commitment to GT3 over the last couple of seasons. Andy, you've been part of that project, and it's I mean, it's great to see Ford back here. They have won this race back down through, won the 24 back down through the years.
Absolutely. I mean, Ford's commitment now to sports car racing is really, really exciting. Obviously, recently announced that also they will be going into the, the LMBH class. We've got a great feeder of vehicles, right from the Mustang Challenge right up to GT4, GT3. The GT3 car is a phenomenal bit of kit. It's new to the Nordschleife, and as I said, all of these tracks require very special, bespoke settings, and they've got to learn the car in a very short period of time right now to get it ready for the 24. They've got two very experienced drivers. Frank Stippler's joined, a Nordschleife legend. We've got Dirk Muller in the car here with his huge experience. Olsen also racing at Spa this weekend, where they qualified 3rd and 4th in WEC, so making big steps. The first year was learning, and now we're ambitious, and I think the car can do extremely well. But listen, John, the GT3 class, let's not forget how competitive it is. These manufacturers have been in here for years, and it's as tight as I've ever seen it. So there's a lot of work to do, but we're making big steps, and obviously won the first race in Daytona this year in IMSA. So starting to show real signs of speed and performance.
The Ford ladder pyramid, if you will, starts now with the Mustang Challenge car in SCCA racing. Maybe for people who haven't raced before, coming up through track days, it's the same specification of car that you can then take to the Mustang Challenge Series in IMSA. Then you've got the GT4, then you've got the GT3. Mustang Challenge, by the way, is part of our IMSA coverage this weekend. We are replete with Fords this weekend, both at Spa here and at WeatherTech. Jim Farley racing again this weekend. Now, Jim Farley is the man who sits behind the big desk. Yes, he is the top man at Ford Motor Company in Dearborn, at Detroit, and he is a racer, not just at heart, he is an actual racer, and he's out in the Mustang Challenge at Laguna this weekend at the WeatherTech Raceway. Beyond GT3 now, we're talking about potential of a prototype program. So we are talking literally taking potentially somebody in the next few years with the blue oval on their overalls and on their car, coming out of track days, working through, progressing their license, and potentially ending up at Le Mans in either an LMGT3 car or even a prototype. That's incredible for one manufacturer.
Absolutely. The ultimate goal is there for these drivers now coming in at the junior level. The graduation, the steps, the staircase of talent, whatever you want to call it. Also being able to work with a manufacturer very early on in your career. It's so hard to get these manufacturer drives, and to have your name flagged up and promoted by a major manufacturer like Ford at the beginning of your career is a no-brainer.
Yeah, and such great history. People forget. People talk about the guys in in Formula One with the Ford Cosworth engine, of course, going back to the DFE and the DFX. Jim O'Hertling just getting spoken to on the grid in this beautiful weather, so weather's not going to be an issue. We'll set off on the world's longest formation lap in terms of time and distance in a few moments' time, around about 11 minutes' time. Andy Prio with me, John Hindorf, in the Global Broadcast Centre at RSL_studio, if you want to get in touch with us. Good morning to those of you who are joining us just after 11:30 in the Eifel region of Germany, with the summertime looking like summertime, not even just spring at the moment, not like Patrick Simon to have his head turned by a couple of pretty girls going by. Patrick, a very, very accomplished driver, still drives, does a lot of classic racing as well, and has a gorgeous Ford, the Ford connection runs deep, a gorgeous Ford Granada estate car. And it's got real history because it used to be a course and rescue car at, I think it was Zandvoort, and he bought it and he's restored it. It's bright, bright Opel fruit orange. And I've seen it because I've worked with him on a number of things, and he does drive it. He drives it on the street. It's brilliant. It was mid-restoration when I saw it. He drives a lot of old touring cars as well at things like the Spa classic. Now, this is another English interview because that is the unmistakable voice of Aston Martin driver David Pittard. He's driving with Nicky Team. Oh, actually, he's speaking in German.
That's impressive.
Yeah, Frenchman who has an English name and speaks German. Very good.
Won't be long before you see him in DTM speaking German like that. Oh, yeah. That's fantastic.
Yeah, very, very good. Nürburgring, not fair to call him a Nürburgring specialist, but he is very good here. This is a track that some people just don't get on with. Some very good drivers. Does it take a Nicky Team, the Viking?
There you go. It takes that sort of guy.
Yeah. Still got the hair, and he's got the beard to go with now, Nicky Team. Does it take a special mentality to go out there? Alan McNish, for example, said to me, never want to race on the Nürburgring. He wasn't even keen doing corporate days and things there. Does it take something different, or have you just got to not think about consequences?
It takes a very, it's all about learning and relearning the track, a bit like the Isle of Man TT and John McGuinness. You know, you've got to keep it in your mind, all the corners, and it's a real, it's a way of life. The Nordschleife is a way of life if you're a racing driver, and you do need to have that total commitment in the car, and you do need to be able to take away the risk from your mind. But if you know the place well, and you have total engagement, I've always said, John, you're safest when you're committed to the risk.
Yes.
If you don't feel you're committed to the risk, you should not do the Nordschleife. Yeah. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. My first laps ever as a tourist was, we were going down for an Aston Martin to do some interviews for Aston Martin and for me to do some laps in some of the GT cars on an Aston Martin private day. I decided it would be a good idea the day before to have a look on the tourist laps just to get an idea. And what I did was I got a very early Garmin sat-nav and I stuck it up next to the rear view mirror, which I knew I was going to be looking in a Ford Mondeo estate car. And stuck it up next to the rear view mirror, zoomed it right in so I could just see the next corner ahead. So every time I looked in the mirror, it was like having a rally co-driver telling me where it went. I kind of knew it. Yeah. Being on the, I was going to say Sims. There weren't Sims in those days. Gran Turismo is the platform game that really made this place a global sensation. And oh my goodness, you just can't believe it. I always say to people going there for the first time, whether they're doing tourist laps or they're doing something more involved on a track day there, don't think of it as a racetrack. Think of it as your favourite country road with nothing coming the other way. Because I think if you think of it as a racetrack and you are overcommitted, as you were talking before, you could come a cropper quite easily.
Absolutely, and it really hurts if you turn in a bit early somewhere and you run out of road on the exit, and you combination corners, you turn in combination 1 and you have the problem on the exit of combination 3. You just carry your problems, and they're fast problems. But you know, you do. I always used to do visualization, and honestly, to visualize a complete lap of the Nordschleife, you always miss a bit. Oh,
well, there's bits that look similar as well. Up to the carousel, I could talk you through it now to the inch.
Yep.
After that bit when you come out,
it was the same.
When you come out of the big carousel,
Hoact, down through Hoact, Brunchen, this area here.
Yeah.
That's the hardest.
Back down to the Kleiner carousel. Yeah, there's too many bits that look the same there, and unfortunately, if you commit to one that you think is a 4th or 5th gear corner, and it's actually the 3rd gear corner that looks a bit like it, then you're not getting it back at that point.
That was my area where I always struggled. It's strange. I could do the rest of the lap, and what you could do is break it down into say 5 or 6 separate circuits.
Yeah,
but I would only be fully
down
happy.
The Kleiner carousel.
Absolutely, I'd only be fully happy going into my race. Could I visualise the whole lap, and then I would be fine. But that last sector is really tricky.
Yeah, and then, of course, there's a little sting in the tail as well as you come down the Dodiger Hurt, down to the Tiergarten and Hohenrhein. People think, we're on the way home now, but in a race car, the braking for that last chicane is so far up the hill. You are still on the throttle in a GT3 car, so far up the hill, beyond the left-hand kink. And when you see the onboards, if you go online and look at the onboards, you are aiming it at the end. You're aiming the car at the end of the left-hand arm core, because the pace you take there will push you across to the right. Incredible finish to the lap. And we have seen races in this series, in this championship, won and lost on the last lap, overall, and certainly in classes at that Hohenrhein-Tiergarten area, because it is insanely quick down through the Dottinger Hood. Some of the smaller classes, actually, that don't have as much aero, Andy, are pretty quick down there. And the GT3 cars don't have it all their own way.
No, I mean, I've driven in, you know, GT4 races, and the cars moving around because they're so quick, you know, through there. And obviously the GT3 has more aero, as you say, but you can easily get a false limit in the car if you brake a bit early, John. Braking early is not a good thing there. You've got to go into the compression, get through that, which is an act of faith, and then brake with total commitment. And you're looking at that barrier directly in front of you, and it's bumpy, it's there's just one line, and there's no room for error, so you're really hard. You can't relax towards the end of the lap. You get a little relax on the Döttinger, unless you're not slipstreaming 4 other cars, which can happen. So yeah, it's one of those laps that keeps you on the tip of your toes, you know.
This weekend, and thanks to Brendan and the rest of the Ford Performance team for doing the sums here, there are 56 Ford Mustang race cars across all disciplines in major global championships. So that's GT4, GT3 in sports cars, NASCAR, Australian supercars, which I've got to catch up on. I don't know where I'm getting the time from to watch all of the sport this weekend. Formula Drift, Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, Mustang Cup and Mustang Challenge. In global sports car racing, including the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, Pilot Challenge, Mustang Cup and FIA WEC in here, over 30 Mustangs in various categories. That tells you the sort of commitment. We expect that from brands, and let's be honest, like Porsche. Porsche have been, down through the years, the absolute template for customer racing with the 911, and it's a 911 992 that will lead us off, appropriately enough, in Carrera White, in race white, that leads off the first group. And it looks very much to me as though Nicky Team didn't get away. Yes, he did now. He's just chilling out. No, Nicky, he'll be able to take it up. They've been the template for customer racing, and we're one of the first, if not the first, major automotive manufacturer to actually make money out of racing rather than put money into it. And since then, everybody's tried it. And now with this new philosophy of racing with Ford that's come out of such great history, Andy, and of course you were part of that, with the Ford GT going to Le Mans and IMSA and all of that. This is another new dawn for Ford and for the Mustang. The Mustang, a global car, of course, which is quite unusual now.
Absolutely. I mean, it's iconic in its, you know, its history is phenomenal. It's a great car. It's a good racing car. It turns well. It does everything right. And it's just great to see the commitment of these major manufacturers, Ford, Porsche, you know, BMW, Ferrari. It's very difficult to quantify win on Sunday, sell on Monday, but it works. Yeah. Because the amount of manufacturers I've driven for where friends or family have bought a car because we're doing well and successful in that car, and the history that runs back. I mean, look at Henry Ford. He was a racer. Yeah. And that's
what was it Henry Ford said when somebody asked him when did, you know, later on, when did motor racing start? When somebody built the second car.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because it's all about competition. Ultimately,
and what you learn from these tracks like the Nordschleife, and it pushes the envelope. And the one thing with motorsport is you get instant feedback if you're going in a good direction.
Good point. How easy is it to be slightly dismissive of the Grand Prix part? Now, it's only the short part of the Grand Prix circuit here, the Grand Prix Strecke here at the Nürburgring, but it is an opportunity to make some passes on slower classes or perhaps even some of your competition, because there's a little more space here.
Good question. One thing I can tell you is you don't set your car up for the Grand Prix track, you set it up for the Nordschleife.
Very good.
So, you know, it's a bit of a build up to the lap, but yeah, for me, the Grand Prix part of the track, you can pick a few places. Let's just say it this way, it's a lot low risk a lot more low risk to pass here than it would be on the actual North Circuit, which, yeah, I mean, you've got barriers literally a few meters from the edge of the track. So, but you know, I've had races here where you've just been racing through the night. It's dark, it's rainy, and you're just relieved to get on the GP track and have a little rest.
Do you get a lot of stick if you put it off on the GP circuit?
Yeah, I mean, it's very easily done, because actually, John, it's super slippery there, and there's a lot of standing water and all sorts of stuff. So you can never fully relax around here, you know.
Second group getting underway, led by the Audi Q5 safety car, part of the squadron of safety vehicles here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And thanks to all of our marshals and the organising club. This organising umbrella, effectively, is the VLN. This is the 56th Adenauer ADAC Rundstrecken-Trophy. As I mentioned earlier on, the opportunity given to a number of different organising clubs to be a part of this, and it's really important, actually. Very interesting how the German authorities and the VLN do this, because it helps with the financial governance of those, and the financial viability of some of those motor clubs who have huge heritage across Germany, not just from this region, although obviously Adenauer is one of the villages that is effectively encased by the Nürburgring Nordschleife, going out onto the North Loop at the moment. I'm going to throw a number at you, and so this is quiz Prio time. Ask Andy. 6 minutes 52.072 seconds. What does that mean to you?
That was the lap of the Ford Mustang GTD road car around here recently. I mean, that is fast. Dirk Muller at the wheel. I think it's put us up there as second fastest supercar, fourth fastest supercar. But
two, I mean, one of those is the Mercedes AMG 1, well, which is not exactly the same category of car.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's put us ahead of the Porsche, and a phenomenal lap. That car, I have driven the car. It has.
You were there the day that was set.
I was there with another manufacturer working for Multimatic, but I was very much following the Ford stuff, and it was a great day for the test.
Incredibly, that was 5.5 seconds faster than the time that the car set in 2024. And from what I heard, Dirk reckoned there was still a bit more. He didn't think that was the perfect lap.
Yeah, I think they did the lap, and you know, that was it, kind of thing. They may have gone again. The conditions were perfect, but they really fine-tuned the car. Worked very closely with Multimatic on all the damping, the DSSV bank damping, working on aero, working on all the details. As I say, you go to the Nordschleife and you build the lap up over 100+ corners. So you need everything absolutely spot on, and that car really delivered. And it is a great car to drive. It's got so much performance, in excess of 800 horsepower. You know, it's got the latest adaptive damping. It's got, you know, adaptive aerodynamics. It's a GT3 race car for the road. It is phenomenal with so much grunt. And the one difference between the GT3 is that it has GT3 has BOP. This thing is full turbo, full open, 800 horsepower, and so much fun to drive, John.
Supercharged engine, which is brilliant, because you get instant. There's no turbo lag on that. It is running from the pulley. Some people say it's old-fashioned. I've driven supercharged cars before. First of all, I love the visceral sound of them, but the torque in particular and the power, it's like stretching an elastic band. It's not so much a power and torque curve as a rocket shooting off. It's incredible, the response.
It's an absolute dragster. You know, it's all bottom end, and yeah, I mean, but the thing is, you know, John, for a big car, the aero and the cornering speed, I mean, to do a 6:52 lap round there, that is fully fast, you know. Impressive, and well done to Ford for the commitment there.
The more regular high-performance version of a Mustang is the Dark Horse. That is available in right-hand drive in markets like Australia and in the United Kingdom. And in terms of value for performance of your investments, it is incredible. Go on the Ford UK site and have a look. There's always a couple there. I was looking, I was just listening actually to a Mustang Challenge race that I commentated on at Sebring with Joey Hand. We went off on a bit of a tangent in the middle because I found a very, very nice light blue one, and Joey was going, that one, you need that one hanged up.
Do you know what? They're great cars. I've done a few demo laps in them in IMSA, and they've just do everything right. They turn in well. They're a road car designed for track days. You can drive it to the track day and drive it home.
Is it genuinely, I'm going to ask you this, is it a car you could genuinely use as a daily driver though?
I believe so, yeah.
Because it's still got the big boot, you can still get your shopman in there, it's got some back seats. It's a 2+2, we're not going to say you could have 4 big adults in it. But...
Absolutely, no, absolutely, but it is. You can drive it as a daily, and you can go racing, not racing, but track days, and upgraded brakes, upgraded suspension. As I say, one thing that Mustang does very well is it has a very responsive front end. And Ford do everything right with the steering, the loading, and just everything feels good. It's precise, and it's great to drive. Here we are on the green flag lap, which is, as you say, a long lap.
Long lap going down the hill to the bridge and the old second entrance to the Nürburgring Nordschleife, just on the right-hand side. Used to be a very handy change of surface just before you turned into the right-hander that you could... It wasn't really a brake, it was just a lift off and maybe a brush up towards the infamous corner where Nicky Lauda had that unexplained incident back down through the years in, what was that, 1976, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think of that every time because I actually drove this track with Hans Stuck, my first ever Nordschleife BMW, and he was the first man on the scene to pull Nicky out of the car.
Der für die
that's a very good point. A formative moment. I mentioned Gran Turismo 7 or Gran Turismo earlier on about how it really brought the Nürburgring Nordschleife to an audience. I remember talking to people in the States as Gran Turismo 7 is out now, which is even more realistic. Talked to some people in the States about going to go and work at the Nürburgring Nordschleife as late. I think we first did the Nürburgring, in fact, I know exactly when we did the Nürburgring 24 hours for the first time, because it was on the weekend of my first wedding anniversary in 2007 in June. And somebody said, I'm sorry, go to the Nürburgring. I went, yes. And they went, don't be stupid. It's not a real track. It's made up. I've seen it on the game, but it's not a real track. I went, no, it is a real track. And for 15 minutes, this person argued, black was white, that nobody, even from the most devious and cunning depths of somebody's mind, could devise a circuit like the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And in point of fact, of course, it was built as a test as well as a race facility to get the racing off the roads, the Westfalenfahrt that went through the roads. And it was built to at least not replicate, but give some kind of atmosphere and character of the local roads. And if you drive around here in a streetcar, road car, going to or from the Nürburgring, you will see that they did a pretty good job way back in the early days. The test slope is not now used. That's where you go straight on at the end of the run up, just before you turn right to go up to the Carracciola Carousel. There was a test hill there, very steep. So the formation lap underway. Andy Prior joining me, John Hindorf, in the Global Broadcast Centre. We will hope to see 2 Fords out there today. Have we found out if we are going to see 2 Fords?
John, I don't believe we are at the moment. I'm just waiting for final feedback from the team, so I'll come back to you during the...
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Faltenreifen.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Coming up to noon, high noon, and it's time to go to work for the drivers and the teams in the third round of the Nürburgring 24-hour series, or the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, excuse me, for 2025. Andy Prior, for performance driver, mentor, all-round good guy, who I've known for a very, very long time, and me, John Hindorf, in the booth. We were talking earlier about Max Verstappen being here yesterday doing what he thought was a little bit of sneaky testing. Now, the fact that he is a super licensed former Formula, shall I try and do that in English? I only speak for a living. A super license holder and a Formula 1 world champion, multiply, actually cuts no ice on the Nürburgring, because this is a track like no other. And I know Martin Brundle had to go through the training. Everybody who comes here now, because of the unique nature of the track and also the safety with things like slow zones, code 60s, code 120s, has to go through the training. And that means doing some laps, doing some classroom work and doing some race laps in some slower cars, even for Max Verstappen. Is it really that different?
It is, John. It's a minefield of information for you to take on board. In those slow zones, how these slow zones are run, when you can start to overtake, what speed you need to be before, what speed you need to be during. If you go from one slow zone into another, when you can re-accelerate, there's so many aspects to it. And to be honest, you know, you're working with some 150 plus marshals, and it's knowing how to deal with all the variables as well, because it can cost you a race if you make a mistake.
And more importantly, somebody could get hurt really easily, particularly in the 24 hours. I have seen the permit is at the discretion of the organisers. A Class A permit is what you need to race a SP9 GT3 car. I have seen permits removed during a meeting so that a driver has been asked to come in during a practice or a qualifying session, or in one case, I'm pretty certain I remember during the race, in the middle of the night, somebody blew through a slow zone at well over the prescribed limit. And it's all measured by GPS, so there's actually no measure of sticking a finger in the air here. The team were told to bring that driver into the pits, and the drivers permission to drive, his permit, was removed immediately so that if he wanted to come back, he would have to re-qualify. But that's because there are no safety cars here. We use the respect of the drivers for the workers on the side of the track, which sometimes will include heavy equipment, cars that are in strife, and you've got to have that discipline, Andy.
You do, John, and you know, you are neutralising a very dangerous race, and you have to take the responsibility. Here they're coming now into the formation now, and they have this area here, John, where you're not allowed to weave. Yeah. You've got to form up and prepare for the start.
2x2 start. Aycan Guven for Manthey in the Grello, number 9-11, as he will effectively become the controller of the speed right alongside the Bilstein-sponsored number 14 Mercedes AMG. Audi in behind there, and Aston Martin make that 5 different manufacturers with the blue and white. Ferrari in 5th position, 5 different marks in the top 5, and not all German marks either. Little bit of slowing down at the front of the field causes a concertina effect as they go through. Guven from Stoltz, from Chris Haase, from Nicky Thiem, David Perel, Ricardo Feller, Joel Sturm, all going through. Jimo Hartling in the 8th position in the Schnitzelraum, all Schnitzel all day restaurant car. There's already been a coming together at that first very tight corner. We're using the shorter version of the track. We don't use that at the Nürburgring 24 hours because we actually just go right and straight left, because where they've just driven round is actually being used as paddock area. The Falcon Tyres number 3 car right in the mix there, sitting behind the Schnitzelraum car ahead of it, down to the braking area for the hairpin on the short version of the track. The 2 Falcon Tyres Porsches side by side. This could get embarrassing as they head up the hill through the S's, actually much quicker than they look when you've got a clear lap, but anything but a clear lap at the moment. And there's 2 Schnitzelraum cars and 2 AMGs rather, and 2 Falcon Porsches heading down the hill, insanely quick, charging down the hill through the kink and now into the chicane before they head on to the Nürburgring Nordschleife for the first time. 4 hours were on the clock. Andy Priaulx and John Hindorf with you. Falcon Tyres trying to make up, Falcon Tyres Porsche trying to make up positions from the 9th and 10th in which they qualified onto the Hatzenbach for the first time. That's all about getting the rhythm right. That's one of the places where if you get out of kilter with the circuit, it's like getting out of kilter doing a ski slalom. It's just going to get worse. Here's the second group then coming to the line. Porsche GT Cup cars leading out. Got the GT4s in there as well. Front of the field, there'll be 3 starting groups, and here they come. Oh, and already Lamborghini crabbing in the pit lane. That's the Red Bull livery car that has come into the pit lane. Red Bull team Abt, the number 27 car, has headed into the pit lane, and that has had contact. We saw 2 cars, Andy, coming together right at the very first right-handed hook, the Haug hook, and that is awful news at the start for Christian Engelhardt, Mirko Bortolotti and Luca Engsler in that car as well. That is the worst possible start.
Yeah, it's such a funnel there. There's multi-lines on the way in on braking, and it literally nips and pinches you up into maybe 2 cars at most at the apex. So yeah, very difficult to judge that, and very easy to lose a race at the very beginning of the race. And yeah, for sure, everyone's ultra committed on the GP track. As you'll see here, they're all going to be hustling for positions because they know they're going to sit behind them for quite some time. Here we have some damage to the front left, I believe. Or is that rear?
Right rear, and yeah, that'll be a suspension control arm or an A-arm at the back of that Abt Lamborghini. And there is absolutely no real hurry going on there. The leaders, by the way, already 3/4 of the way round the first lap on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. This will probably be the only clear lap they get. Such is the pace of the GT3 cars nowadays. incredible that they are on the Nürburgring Nordschleife for probably only about 6.5 minutes. And considering that the race lap records with as it was in its day, a Porsche Le Mans prototype car was only just a little over 6 minutes, and we're talking about road-derived cars. And look, I know you wouldn't buy one exactly off the showroom floor, but the advances in particularly tyre technology have really pushed these cars on. We've got a safety vehicle coming out onto the Dottinger from the tourist forum, from the tourist lap area on driver's right, as the leaders are heading towards that area now, just coming through the faster parts of the end of that bit that Andy Prior didn't like, brushing down to the Stefan Belloff S and down to the Kleine Carousel, and then that tricky corner heading onto the Dottinger Hohe, the Gallows Hill, Gallenkopf, and look for a moment like we might have a passing opportunity from one of the Falcon cars. Third group is underway. This group will get caught on their first racing lap by the front of the field on their second racing lap. That's how quick the GT3 cars. None of these cars are slow, by the way, that are in this third group. You're talking about BMW Cup cars, you're talking about GT4 Caymans in there, but they will be caught by the GT3 cars.
They will, and they'll just be settling into their race rhythm on slightly cold, low tyre pressures.
Good point.
With their, with our eyes fully open, and then they're going to have to deal with the faster class coming through. And sometimes these classes, it's more difficult to do your race when you've got faster cars passing all the time. Going forward and just focusing forward is always much more. I'm not going to use the word easy, but it's more focused, and it's a slightly different way of driving. Whereas these guys have got full race going on here now, and they're going to be on their rear view mirrors very shortly. But you've got the big guys coming through in the GT3 cars, and it's a great opportunity to make up some space in traffic, or pull a gap to the guy behind you. So this high risk this next lap.
Live on RS3 for the audio this weekend. If you don't have the bandwidth to follow us on the international TV feed, or maybe you've got to go out and do something, if you go to radiolemans.com, click the player and hit RS3, you can take this commentary with you. The onboards and the overhead pictures, absolutely incredible. Big investment from the Nürburgring and from the VLN, who run the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. The whole circuit now has been connected by fibre, so that the cameras can just be plugged in. No long cable runs like it used to be. And we have a helicopter up today as well, which is just following the leaders, the Grello 911, Aychan Guven, just coming through to Gallenkopf now, which I can see on one of our split screens. Beautiful weather. High noon, the sun not quite at its zenith at the moment because of summertime, but the shadows are being cast. So the shadows being cast on the first part of the Dottinger Hohe by the trees on driver's left. And it's the leading pair that are coming through. Looks like the Lucas Stoltz Get-Speed car in second position. No, it's not actually. That's the Audi, isn't it? So that's going to be Chris Haase for the Scherer Sport Audi that's in behind. It's the blue car. Then the Bilstein machine. And then it's the Ferrari, the Conzo Racing Realize car. David Parrell behind the wheel of that. And still those Falcon machines in that light blue making up positions. During the Nürburgring 24, I always think the helicopter pictures when the GT3 cars get into traffic, Andy, I always think it looks like a police chase.
I know.
It's incredible.
And it doesn't show the actual speed of these cars. They're super fast aerodynamic cars, which you say, tyre technology's come a long way, and it looks very equally matched here. They run, I believe, the SRO VOP regulations for this championship, and they seem to have it really close, which is good. And the racing looks tight at the front.
It is one of the few series in the Nürburgring 24, big 24-hour races, that still has open tyre regulations. There's no mandated tyres, and we always do a little bit of an addition of all the tyres before all the tyre companies. I think we had 12 at the Nürburgring, 24 last year. That's really unusual nowadays.
It's really unusual, and it's nice because you get a proper tyre war. And you, as a manufacturer, you may be able to work with a tyre constructor and actually get a good tyre suited to your vehicle. Whereas other championships, you have to run a one-make tyre, which is suitable maybe for rear-engine cars and not front-engine cars. So this can make the racing more open. The other thing with the Nordschleife, John, is that it does push everything to the limit. Tyres, dampers, chassis, and as a developer, you can develop a really, really good tyre around here.
Falcon do exactly that, and I wonder one of a number of manufacturers of tyres, of cars, who have a test centre on the Gottlieb Daimler Strasse, which runs just behind the main road, which runs alongside the Dottinger Höhe. All of the tests and development and technical centres are down that road, and it's a who's who of automotive manufacturing. Falcon is slightly at a disadvantage because they are still making their tyres back in the Far East, and that means that it takes a little longer for them to implement any changes from the data that they got and get the tyres back. But they have made massive strides down through the years, concentrating on Porsches. In their early days in the ALMS, the old IMSA series, they actually had two cars. They had a Ford and they had a Porsche, but they decided to take out some of the variables and just go with the Porsche, and that's what they've done over here in Europe as well down through the years, and it has paid dividends. Now let's see if we can work out what happened in the middle of the pack to the Lamborghini and where the incident came. There was 3 wide going across the line around about 6 rows back, but the pinch point was at the first right-hand corner. The Grello pole sitter is away, and the Lamborghini's fine for the moment. Down the inside, gets absolutely nailed on that right rear that's done the damage, and that was one of the red, white, and black AMGs, I think, that's turned in there, but was coming from a very long way back into a gap. It was a gap, but it was a gap that was going to close, Andy. Was that a little bit of a low percentage lunge?
I would say that was clumsy.
Clumsy.
Let's say you don't get the chance to maybe drive offline during the practice, the free practice. He's just driven offline inside. There's obviously marbles there, a little bit lower grip, and he's just braked too late, and there's probably nothing he can do about it. He was on the full ABS. It's not that he just lifted off the brake or anything, but I always used to go offline on any in-lap to feel the grip, especially in touring car racing, because you need to learn what the track is doing in the other defensive parts. So yeah, unfortunate, big mistake there, and it has cost the youngster car a lot, and it's very frustrating because you don't get many races like this with this weather at the Nordschleife to go and test. So what they'll do is repair the damage, and I'm sure they'll get that car out there to do some running and prepare for the 24-hour, which will probably be raining, John, and it'll probably be -2 degrees. But look at the temperature here. It's nice and warm.
Beautiful.
Here we've got a race going on.
At the front of the field, that car hasn't come out of the pit yet. That car, sorry, being the Lamborghini Huracan, the Red Bull app team. It may be there's even slightly more damage than just suspension. I do wonder if the drive shaft maybe took a bit of a hit there as well, Andy, and Christian Engelhardt will have been reporting back to the team. He limped back through the Grand Prix circuit and through the cut back into the pits to get that car back in to be seen, to try and get it out there. And you're right, you know, there's not always the opportunity to do all the testing that you want. There are manufacturer days here, there are track days here, there's all kinds of stuff going on. But you don't always get to go out there in your GT3 car and have a proper shot at it. So these early season NLS races run by the VLN are so important to your preparation for the ADAC Nürburgring 24 hours. Should just mention, by the way, when I'm talking about open tyres, that's in the top class. There are a couple of classes that do have manufacturers in the subclasses further down. Over 30 classes here this weekend. I'll try and keep you up to date with the class leaders as we go through, but obviously we're concentrating at the sharp end of the field, although we're keeping an eye on the M4 GT4 of Jimmy Broadbent and his team. Tom Coronel's in the Porsche number 927. Harley Hutton, who you've heard us talk to on Midweek Motorsport, is with Heiko Eichenberg in the Sorg Sport 959 Cup car. Tracy Cronin, Nick Johnson in the 935 Cup car. And Pip McMahon with Janina Schall and Kari Schreider in the GTI tyres, number 146. Also, I noticed Luke Hartog's name on the next to the Dynamic GT Porsche Cup car, the number 54, Luke Hartog, Porsche Carrera Cup North America champion, who has been doing more and more over here in Europe. Was at the Creventic 12 Hours of Spa a couple of weekends ago. Why, he's a tall lad. Could never have been a single-seater driver. He would have had to fold himself into 3. Our cameraman for that is a lad called Seb, who's about 6'3", and he was even looking up to him with the camera on his shoulder. Really good prospect. Your son would have raced against Luke, wouldn't he?
Yes, I believe so. And yeah, I mean, now these racing drivers come in all sizes. Luckily, in these modern GT3 cars have adjustable pedal boxes. Some have adjustable steering columns, so you can really fit all drivers, short, small. You know, in my day, John, when I was coming through, you had to be short, small, and light. But nowadays, the drivers are getting taller and taller. Here we've got a great race going on, a great battle down at the front of the field now. It's a real nice opportunity to gauge yourself against your competition. He's getting a good slipstream down at Dertingerhöhe.
Chris Harzer in the blue Audi.
Defensive into the fast left. This would take a lot of confidence to go around the outside here. I don't think he will be able to pull that off.
It's Chris Harzer, he can do anything. When you've got a name called Harzer, which is rabbit in German, he's likely to jump into any particular hole that he can get. There's a little bit of side drafting going on there as they came through.
There you go.
And he just couldn't do it. Aycan Guven on the better line.
Yeah, I mean, inside line, and you don't want to be offline and outside there, John. But yeah, you could see that they were doing this this aerodynamic technique to put the wing and the front left into the rear wheel arch and to slow the overtaking car, and that causes you, like, it's almost like applying the brake. Yeah. It slows you up.
Do you feel that in the driver's seat?
Oh yeah, it's something you.
So you know when they're on the quarter panel. It's an old NASCAR trick, isn't it?
It is.
It actually doesn't make the second car any quicker, but it slows down the car in front massively.
Absolutely, it's like applying the brake, John. It's crazy, and you're doing this all the time. Places like here, Le Mans, and Daytona, and it's sneaky. You know, it's the way to do it.
We see a lot of overtakes, and a lot of people will watch Formula One. So we see a lot of overtakes in Formula One that is assisted by what I call the pass flap, DRS. Yeah. No, not of that here. That is just the aerodynamic effect, the hole in the air, effectively, that yellow and grello Porsche of Aycan Guven was making. That leaves a hole behind it, and that's what Chris Harzer was sitting in, and therefore his car is doing less work with air on the front of it because there isn't as much air on the front.
That's right. Either way I look at it, you've got like 2 engines pushing 1 car, you know. So you're going to get some speed. But if you can imagine a boat, John, with a big bow wave, and you're using that bow wave to slow the other car by throwing the aero into the rear wheel arch, and it then slows the car up. It's a bit like applying 2 clicks of handbrake. It's that much. But yeah, you've got to find a way to get past down Dertingerhöhe because it's not an easy overtake.
How close do you have to be? I suppose it depends on how much aero and how much of the wind, effectively, the front of your car's going. But it seems you have to be pretty close, and if you were being passed by that, if you just move away, does it mitigate it a little bit?
Yeah, you've got to basically be quite clever. So what you do is you put your front left, say your front left into the wheel arch of the rear right. You slow the car up, and then as you're going down the side of the car you're overtaking, before you get to his bow wave, you then widen again. Yeah. So you've slowed him up, and then you don't get slowed up by the aero.
You're saying all that, but of course you can't see that bow wave of air. Well, Adrian Newey can, because he sees air moving. He doesn't need CAD or anything like that. But for the average person, we don't see it. So that's experience, Andy, that tells you, roughly speaking, where that is going to be. Or can you start to feel the turbulence?
You build up an experience for each car, because every car's different. But you can feel it, John. You can feel yourself accelerating and then slowing the car up. You see you gaining 1 or 2 meters, and then you've got to pull out of the bow wave, and you just learn these tricks from from many overtakes, but for sure the Dirtingerhaar is one great straight to practice that work. And now
you can have 2 or 3 goals at it down
there. You can, and let's say it's a lot less low risk to overtake them down the straight than it is somewhere else. So you're looking to find the way to slipstream past these cars. But when it gets really tricky is when you're in a multi-car slipstream with different classes, and of course you also have tyre problems and various other things going on, so you need to have eyes in the back of your head in that situation.
A small but perfectly formed TCR category with just 3 TCRs, 2 Audi RS3s and a Cupra TCR.
Now look at this, John. We've got the 2 lead cars in traffic now. The third guy is really we've got Stoltz closing in. Let's see who's got the metal here in the traffic, and also it's a little bit timing and luck as well.
Keep an eye open for the best of the Pro-Am cars as well. Steph Perel in the Realised Condor Racing Ferrari. That one very easy to pick up in the blue and white. We've got the Grello car from the blue and black Audi of Chris Haase, then Lucas Stoltz in the yellow Mercedes AMG GT3, then the blue and white Condor Racing Ferrari. Huge victory at the first time of asking for the 296 for Klaus Abelen's outfit in the 24 hours. First time that a non-German brand has won for a million years.
That's so fast down there, by the way. Fuchshole there. They're passing cars in that compression. I mean, that is just so brave through there. And look at them all. They're trying to follow each other through in the lower class too as well. But looking fairly constant at the moment. These guys are really earning their money at this stage of the race.
What is the protocol if you're a fast car overtaking a slower car? The general rule of thumb in racing, and every race director and every race briefing, driver's briefing that I've been to, which is probably about 1/100th of the one that you've been through, as it looks like we've got the Ferrari just closing in on 3rd place at the moment, keeping an eye on that. Is it still, even at a place like this, is it still, or in fact is it even more important that the faster car has to make the move and make it clean?
Absolutely. It's up to the faster car to get by. The slower car's got to stay on his racing line. You try to make it easy because obviously you don't want to lose time if you're being overtaken. So you can move a little bit offline, but you have to make no unnecessary moves. Anything stupid or chaotic at this stage would cause an accident. But the GT3 cars are just fully committed at this stage of the race, because you can
so much aero as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Now this is a really tight race at the front here with the Audi and the Porsche. They look very, very equally matched. Don't forget the Audi's following, so it pulls you along a bit on the long straights, but it's harder in the aero corners, And
they've got a big gaggle of slower cars ahead, just going past one of the GT4 Caymans. They're heading up to through one of my favourite parts at Brunchen. Use all of the block paving on the exit of that, and now into one of those places we were talking about earlier on that all looks a bit the same. So they've gone through Icecarve, they're coming down through Flansgarden where the car gets off the ground, and heading down, building speed all through through to the Stefan Beloff S, which leads onto the little bridge before you come onto the small Kleines Carousel. But this is insanely quick down through here, and picking your braking point at the bottom of the hill, really, really important. Fair play to all the slower class cars who are fighting for their own battles as well as the leaders go through. And if anything, Ayhan Guven might have just gained a couple or 3 cars lengths now down into the really tricky Schwalbenschwanz left-hander before the Kleines Carousel. You drop right down into the concrete there, and now set the car up for this really intricate. It's called one corner, the Gallows Head corner, but effectively that's 3 apices there, which is the last one is bizarrely not necessarily the most important. You've got to get as much speed through there as possible to get onto the straight.
You're spot on. It's all about exit, but if you're low on minimum speed there and you're a little bit uncertain of your line, you're going to pay the price down here, and you do not want to be slow through there, because this is the chance to again slipstream. And you've got, as you rightly said, you've got Guvin there who's managed to just break a little bit of a gap, and that's given him a bit of breathing space, but the Audi's closing in again.
Well, Haase will still be getting slipstream there, and it's the David Pearl realised Condor Racing Ferrari who's having a look down the inside as they come into the braking area just before through the Tiergarten and into the Hörnrhein. But it is still the AMG, so it's Porsche from Manthey, the Share-A-Sport PHX, formerly the Phoenix team, and then the team Get Speed Mercedes in third. So used to seeing that car in bright red down through the years, running in the Bilstein colours for a wee while now. Then the blue and white realised Condor Racing Ferrari. Then a bit of a gap back to Ricardo Fella, Ricky in the 16, the second of the Share-A-Sport PHX cars. Then the two Falcon Motorsports Porsches, 4 from 3, running in team formation there, hunting as a pack almost. They've moved up 4 or 5 places since the start. Then Joel Sturm for the Dynamic GT number 54 car. That's the one that Luke Hartog will jump into later on. And rounding off the top 10, Jimo Hertling for SR Motorsport, Mike Schmickner, and that's a Mercedes. And the best of the Aston Martins is the Valkenhorst car, Nicky Thiem in 10th position. Might as well go to 11th actually, because that's all of the top SP9 Pro cars are in there. And that is HRT, the Ford Performance car, sitting half a minute off the lead. Now, listen, if you were half a minute off the lead on a quote-unquote normal circuit, you'd be tearing your hair out. But half a minute round here is like a second and a half on a normal track. And we've not yet seen how the tactics are going to play out. 7-lap stints normally in these 4-hour races, but we have seen people come in early. And the reason you do that is there is a formula about how long you have to stand still in the pit lane, depending on how many laps you've done. And far cleverer brains than I, or even of Andy Prior, will have worked out which is the best way to break up this 4-hour time-certain race.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. And I think it's all important about the strategy. The guys are working with their software, and they know the pace of their car, the fuel consumption, the time in the pits, and they're working it constantly. And, you know, it also depends on track position as well. I think it's very close at the front, John, and they're running at 7:52 pace, which is similar to qualifying pace. Yeah. That was the best lap of the race. And that just goes to show these guys are absolutely 10/10ths right now.
That's a good point you make there, actually, because on a circuit like this, what do you do different for qualifying? In the big 24, in the 24, we actually have what's called top qualifying, which is effectively 2 flying laps where you've got not much around you. Come back to that thought in a moment, because we've got the 2 Falcon Porsches fighting together.
Yeah.
It's the Heinemann car.
This is Swedish ones, which is a fast left, very
over the top of the brow.
Yeah, well, and then obviously braking here, which is really you do not want a brake problem. Yeah. Now they're going to be in the foxhole, which, as you know, John, is so fast. Yeah.
I've done this. I mean, I've only done this in a road car, Andy, but you're gathering speed through here. In a road car, you can't afford to hit the curbs at all. As you're coming down to the bottom of the hill, there is a feeling of thinking, I want to back off here, because I'm not sure.
They tried to slow it down as well with that curb on the left.
That's
but
correct.
They just made it bigger. Yeah. And that curb can actually cause problems. Oh, he's locked up on the rears. So this is what happens, John. You're coming from like 180 mile an hour into a 50 mile an hour corner, and he's just gone a little bit late on the brakes.
Adenauer Forest at the top of the hill.
He's lost a little bit of rear grip there, but he's back into his rhythm now. But
I love this section.
Yeah, me too. It's so fast, and you don't want to get. You've got to turn in early. You've got to use the camber of the road. It's very rhythmic in the way of driving. You're braking down here now, and it never feels like you've got front grip at this point, because the road's dropping away, and then you have this fast compression, and this, to me, sends all the hairs up. It's without slower traffic, you are absolutely flat through there.
The lead car is the number 4 car in that Falcon internecine battle, and that's Tim Heinemann. Dennis Marshall did the qualifying for that car. It's Sven Müller and Maurice Schuri in the other car, and it's Shearing who's following his teammate at the moment as they are picking their way through traffic. There's so much about this track that is about rhythm and about stringing corners together, and the problem with that is that that's difficult enough, Andy. The voice is Andy Prior, by the way. Yeah. That's difficult enough to do when you're on your own. When you are racing and you're coming through traffic, that is also having a race. I mean, for the lower classes, you're almost never on the ideal racing line, surely.
No, you've got your eyes full, your mirrors full. You know, you're happy to get out the car at the end of your stint. It's exhausting. I mean, not only physically but mentally. We've got to have a slow zone here as well. So
that's at Arenberg.
So now, yeah, not only have you got to deal with traffic, you've got slow zones, you've got vehicles, intervention vehicles on the track. And yeah, I mean, it is a mentally exhausting race. And don't forget, 24 hours while you're driving in the dark with rain. You know, it's one of those races where you're just happy to get out the car without making a mistake.
Opportunity for passing
yes.
here. So we've got two slower cars side by side.
There's only one line, John. As you can see, they've got to fill, you know, wow, literally filter their way through the traffic. At this moment in time, you're just thinking, like, this is the first stint of the race, let's keep a good position. But during the later stages of this race, you might have seen somebody have a little sniff at that to try and pass. So
that is going up the hill. So that's heading up through Kesselschön and Mutschkerv and up to Klostertal before they get to the carousel. And the problem there is that is actually quite steeply uphill. It's also very, very quick. But you don't want to lift off there, Andy, because you lose pace so quickly because it's the uphill. I think Mutschkerv actually is probably one of the more difficult corners on the track, because you cannot take the inside curve. And it looks easy on paper, but you don't race it on paper.
No, you don't. And as you say, John, as you know well, it is uphill. So you feel like you've got to really commit to the entry, but then you always feel like, oh, that was a little bit slow. The next lap you try a little bit faster and you scare yourself. So it's one of those, you know, one of those corners where, yeah, we've got yellows. Oh, yeah, they've got the Lamborghini out.
Lamborghini is back out, having lost 3 laps to the lead. Now, they won't get that back, but as Andy Prior rightly said, that Luca Engsler started the number 27 apt Red Bull team car, nailed in the right rear corner, actually right on the right rear wheel, on the first corner. Absolutely not of their making. I think it was one of the AMGs that did that, and they are out gaining data, basically experience. Every lap, every meter around here that you can get, it's never time wasted.
You've got to get the drivers up to pace and in their rhythm. The team has to know the car. These cars are changing. Maybe the team changed this year with the Lamborghini, and there's so many variables that you need to learn before the 24-hour. And the pressure only goes up, John, at the 24-hour. It's massive, you know, with all the major manufacturers there. It's a big race to win. You have to do your homework on this place. You just can't arrive and be competitive.
Maurice Shearing still staring at the back of Tim Heinem and his teammate in the battle for 6th and 7th. I suspect if they weren't teammates, that would have got a little more fractious, as there's now a yellow flag on the Grand Prix circuit as well at Valvoline, which is the cut through. And the two battling Falcon cars having a go at, I think that's Ricardo Feller ahead of them in another one of the Porsches. And if it is, that is a battle. Yes, it is. That is a battle for 5th, 6th and 7th, for 5th and 6th in their class.
One of my old teammates, Tom Chick, there on having a chat on the live feed from DTM. Yeah, I mean, these 3 Porsches are a really locked-in battle here, and there's Tom Heintrich. He's a good mate of mine, Thomas. So yeah, what we want to do is we want to see this Porsches. They're very equally matched, and they're on different tyres, the Falcon and the Michelin, I guess.
Yeah.
So that's good to see that the tyres are very, very close and competitive. But it looks to me like this is a matter of time before Feller gets past here, because I would say...
he's got damage. Feller's got damage on the left rear of that car. I can see something flapping. Now, is that just a bit of the vinyl that is coming off? You get very high speeds here, so anything that is not on perfectly does tend to peel off.
Or he's clipped something in traffic.
Or he's clipped something in traffic, absolutely. And it doesn't take much as they go past the slow BMW 3 Series in one of the lower classes on the Grand Prix circuit. It doesn't take much to ruin the aero in some of the quicker places here. Yeah, just on the rear wheel arch, I mean, just behind the rear wheel arch on the left-hand side.
Well spotted. So there you go.
That BMW, by the way, is the 653, the all-white car, and he has got big damage on the left front of that car.
Okay, is this an aftermath of the clip from the Porsche? Maybe
must have been a clip on something. He looked
that looks more like big damage. He's gone into something quite hard there.
Yeah, that is a car that looks like it has come straight off the street. The BMW Racing Cup, the 240s, 235s originally, 240s, and then the M2 Racing Cup, the new car, just been announced actually. And what a great way to get into motor racing. And BMW built those cars for a specific class here at the Nürburgring. What a great servant the old M235s and 240s were. Software upgrade that took them from the 235 to the 240 in terms of the power upgrade. And the 653 is one of the squadron of Adrenaline Motorsport. That's the Team Manhattan Wales car, running in the 240i Racing Cup.
Things are hotting up at the front there, John, between Guven and Haas.
How much is Guven right now worrying about the car behind, or just driving, as the Americans would say, focusing forward?
It's very hard to ignore someone who's putting you under that much pressure.
That's on the grass with his right tyres.
They've got their mirrors up. You know, his camera, rear-facing camera, is absolutely full with the Audi just ducking and diving, and they're on the grass, off the grass. I mean, I was talking to Jörg Wunner, one of my old teammates, and he said, I don't want to do this race anymore. These kids are passing on the grass at full racing speed, and you've just seen it. You know, this is just crazy. These young guys at the front right now, they're fully driving for their contracts, and it's really important that you stay ahead if you can, and track positions, everything in this game, you know.
On what are drivers judged? It's not just a single fastest lap, is it? It's in endurance racing, we talk about things like stint average and the delta between the difference between all of your laps and how small you can get that.
Absolutely, it's all done on averages now, John, and you know, it's a tricky one because you never know what you're going to get. If you've got a used tyre, are you in good traffic, bad traffic? But you can see over the whole race that you look at these drivers who are performing well, they're always near the top end of the averages, so they're all driving for that right now.
Lucas Stoltz has pulled away just a tiny bit from the number 45 Ferrari, the blue and white Realized Condor racing car, in that battle for third and fourth. He's keeping the leaders in sight. Will complete 5 laps this time around. My goodness, that's gone over really very quickly. Reset your mind, recalibrate your mind, recalibrate your racing brain, because we're only talking about 6 or 7 lap stints as Chris Haas now all over the back of the Grello Manthey car on that rise up. Now goes round the inside. What a manoeuvre that was, heading up to mud curve. That is pretty impressive as he was going through. That's big commitment, just what you were talking about there, Andy Priaulx, and immediately puts 10 or 15 cars lengths in before he gets to the bottom of the hill at the Steilstrecke.
It looks like he's lost some pace, actually, Guven in the Manthey. It just looks like he's struggling. You know, maybe
was that a mistake in Kesselchen? Maybe it's easy to do that because that at the bottom of the hill, you come out of Bergwerk, and then you've got those left-handers that get progressively tighter. The last one is much tighter than it looks, and there's no runoff there. And that's the one you absolutely have to nail.
But they should all be flat, really, up through there.
Yeah.
From, you know, out of there. And so, as you say, maybe Al Bergwerk, he had not a good exit, but I just feel like Guven at this moment has lost a bit of stint performance. You don't know what's going on. Has he got a tyre pressure issue? The rear tyre's up. You know, it looks to me like the car's a little bit more nervous. And at this moment, I can see also Stoltz closing in. So, you know, he's just lost a little bit of rhythm on this stint.
And Guven just using a bit more of the road as well as they come down to Brunchen. Always a huge crowd down there. using that block paving on the left-hand side, the exit up towards Ice Curve. Great part. I mean, there's so many great parts of the track, but now you point the car at the sky, and now you've got to get this right. Coming down towards...
Here we go, Munchen again.
Oh.
Yeah, we got cut from that, which is a shame. But you're right, John. You've done this track many times, I know, because I can tell by your knowledge. But this is a really nice section. If you've got a nice flow through here, the car's it compresses and then it goes light as you're braking. Do you brake before? Do you brake after? They're just tapping and then throw the car into this fast right.
What always impresses me about good drivers around here is that flow. And it's not necessarily banging up and down the gears. It's about moderating the throttle and not necessarily using the brakes, particularly when you get to the 24 hours.
Absolutely, John. It's momentum, you know, braking less and less and rolling the speed in, using the camber, building the momentum. I always love the Nordschleife, and it suited my style because I always like to brake and carry a good speed in and flow.
How much of that do you think in your circuit racing style came from the fact, I'm sure many people will know that, but those that don't, you started your full-size motor racing career, you started in karts like pretty much everybody does, but you did a lot of hill climbs, and how much do you think that affected how you drove on circuits later?
I think the hill climbing always helped me for, you know, intuitive feelings on cold tyres or in tricky conditions when it's variable, you know, conditions. Flowing the speed was for me Formula 3, you know, learning to carry the slicks and wings and under power, over grip. That really teaches you the flowing style of driving. And in my day, Formula 3 was the only formula. It was the upper six of motor racing. If you won in Formula 3, you were going to have a professional career. Now,
I think you're right about Guven, because Stoltz has caught him as well. I was watching the Porsche battle earlier on whilst we were talking, that Ricardo fella, Tim Heinemann and Maurice Shearing battle, and the back of Fella's car was getting a bit spicy as well through the stadium section, and Lucas Stoltz almost able to drive around the outside. Guven now is driving defensively and driving in his mirrors. He wasn't doing that in the opening laps. They've gone on to lap number 6, by the way, so I would expect pit stops from the leaders at either the end of this one, but certainly the end of lap 7. Guven has to go the long way around one of the cup cars and absolutely slammed the door in Lucas Stoltz's face there as they go into the hairpin and it's straight into a slow zone at Valvoline. So this is one of the aspects of the Nürburgring Nordschleife and racing here. It's for the number 700 BMW that has had a problem. Now, we won't throw a safety car for that. We won't throw a red flag. We will have the safety workers there. So the race is neutralised at that point of the circuit because we've got one of the safety vehicles and safety workers there. And
these are not easy slow zones because they're off quite a long way away from the side of the track, so you really do have to look up for those, whereas on the actual North circuit, Nordschleife, you can see them very easily. I always find them an easy slow zone to buzz on the GP track, and now we're back into green on the exit there. And I would say, you know, Guven's just struggling a little bit with rear grip. You can see the car looks light, moving around.
Now here's something of import. The first of the top runners into the pits, and it was the Ferrari that was in 4th position. That blue and white number 45 car, David Perel, has come in at the end of the 5th lap. So note that down. Note that down somewhere, because that is going to become important later.
Absolutely.
Because we know that they are now on a different strategy. So back with the
Falcon car, still locked in battle. Yeah.
This is a cracking battle. You know, now, where's Stoltz gone? Is he up the... Yes, he is. He's up the road. So he's pulled away, possibly in the traffic.
Yeah.
As they are coming through the bottom of the hill that we were talking about earlier on through Kesselchen.
I wouldn't say it's long before Stoltz is going to be with Guven, or actually pass him, because it just looked to me like Guven was struggling in that last lap. Of course, he got passed by Haas, but I think Stoltz is looking very racy as well right now.
7 seconds away from his best last time. Traffic will be a part of that. Lucas Stoltz has, in fact, got the fastest lap of the SP9 Pro race on a 52.5, 52.6 by the way, for the Ferrari. The Pro Am balance of performance is effectively for the car, it's the same. It's the driver talent that makes that car a Pro Am car. Run to FIA GT3 spec in the Pro category, and in the GT4s with a slippery surface or debris on the track flag out there just on the exit of Adenauer Forest on the left-hand side. Maybe a bit of car debris there. But you're right, picking up the flags on the North Loop, on the Nordschleife, much easier than the Grand Prix circuit, where they're, you know, 50, 100 metres away. And they tend to be that the marshal's posts with the blue flags waving as they dive down the hill, which I love that run down through Callanhard down to Versailles. Blue flags waving. The idea is that the marshal's posts and the flag posts are in the driver's line of sight.
Absolutely. On this is crucial here, but on the GP track they're a long way away, and so easy if you're racing someone to make a mistake there. And here we go. This is a really exciting battle.
Right back in striking distance for the two Falcon cars now as they go down to the bridge at Brightside.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see that you know, we've got quite a race here, and Heinemann has just got forward thinking. He's just looking ahead, and all he wants to do is pass. So we've got a lot of traffic here.
So still very early running with 3¼ hours to go. It is the third round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. Andy Preo joining me, John Heindorf in the Global Broadcast Centre on a beautiful day, perfect conditions.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Traffic here because there's a mandatory time for them.
There is, and you've all got to use the standard fuel pump to fill the cars up. So I drove for the great late, you know, Charlie Lamb, and he was so good at studying when they were free to dive in and fuel the car as well.
When they were free means because you share a petrol pump, and it's a normal pistol grip petrol pump, you share that between two garages, and sometimes there can be 8 cars in one garage.
Absolutely, so that's sometimes why it's better to bring them slightly out of sync, to bring them into fuel and calm pit stop, not waiting for the fuel. And yeah, you have a bit more time to even talk to your teammate a little bit now as well. You know, how's the car? Just give me some feedback. What was, you know, I remember when I drove with Dirk Adolf, we used to have a little chat first thing in the morning while they're fueling the car. But I think, you know, it's just unique, this racetrack, John. It's everything's so different, and you've got to learn all the tricky ways of how they organise these events.
So the first stint then, no one so far has got to or anywhere near an hour. Chris Haas's just got out the car after 6 frantic laps where he got ahead and led. Juncker tyres, by the way, on the Share Sport PHX car against that Porsche, the Manthey Porsche running on Michelin's. And he looks like he hasn't been in the car yet. People think that sitting in a race car is easy. Yeah, you're just sitting there and driving. I do that every day. It's a physical activity around here. It's mentally tiring as well. It's a hot day today, and I know that there's some cooling air in the cars nowadays, but Chris Haase literally looks like he's about to get in, not that he's just got out.
Yeah, I mean, it is mentally exhausting around here, and you're right that every racing driver now has to be super fit. And these cars are physical, especially on the more conventional tracks where you have no breathing space at all. But the thing with the Nordschleife is it's more flowing, it's high G, but it's not heavy braking and hard acceleration. You really are just keeping the car rolling. And so from the physical side, at that moment, you know, at first stint, and it's cooler as well, it's a little bit less stressful on the body. But the mental concentration required around here is really what's required. And here, look, we see how this close to, yeah, they touched actually. I don't.
So that's the Falcon #3 Porsche at the end of the Hatzenbach, heading into a place where you can use the curb, and got into one of the M240i class BMWs.
I don't think he touched him actually. No, I think he just decided to go straight. It's quite bumpy through there, John, as you know, and the rear sometimes just bounces, and it looked like it sort of speared him off left actually. So I don't think there was any touch.
So now we've got to work backwards from the end of the race and see if we get 7 or... Who can do a 7 on that first run? So Guven is going to do a 7-lap run on his first run. So he's going to be close to the hour. So that looks at this point like a slight fuel advantage or a slight tactical advantage, but it will that will play out as the race goes on, because we've still got, as I said, just over 3 hours to go, and there is a table of how long you must be stationary between coming into the pit and leaving. It's not actually stationary time, it's pit in to pit out. So you've got to know the transit time down the pit lane as well. That's all stuff that you do in the early sessions, isn't it?
It is, yeah. You learn your pit in, pit outs, you calibrate all your software, you get everything so you know exactly what these things take. Fuel time, you know, you need to, I mean, there must be some advantage in just also carrying a little bit less fuel, but mostly I would say it's about fuel time. Here we go. This is not going to. This is not for
coming up the Fluidplatz
GT4 traffic there.
And that GT4 car was holding its own very well. And I suspect the. In fact, actually, that was a Cup car. It was a Cup 2
car. Sorry.
Yeah.
They're almost as fast in a straight line, if not a little bit faster, to be honest. So.
Well, the times that we saw when we first got the new Cup car in, and in fact, Carrera Cup North America was the first to get it. The times weren't that far away from a GT3 car, quicker than a GT4 car.
Absolutely, yeah, and they maybe have a little bit more top speed, and yeah, I mean, you know, not easy to pass any car around here, let alone one that's pretty close to your speed, and very easy to spend a little bit too long behind a car like that and lose a lot of stint time, and that can really hurt you during the stops. So you've got to dispose of them quickly.
So Chan Guven has stayed out for a lap longer than the cars he was battling with. That promotes the number 15 Audi with Luca Ludwig driving that car from the start to second. Fabi Schiller is up to third in the Team Get Speed number 14 AMG. Ricardo Feller fourth in the first of that 3 Porsche battle, the Scherer Sport Phoenix car, then the 2 Falcon Motorsports Porsche. So 16, 3 and 4, half a minute between, in fact not even that, 25 seconds between those 5, and it's Dennis Marshall in 6th place. Yeah, half a minute, let's call it 26 seconds. The BMW, by the way, that got clogged on the left front has also broken an intercooler, a radiator. That looks like it might have been an oil cooler rather than a water radiator, so there may be damage to that 6-cylinder engine. Trying to find out from Patrick whether that was a mistake by Matthias Beck and Vermette, who was in the car, or whether he had a bit of assistance to damage that car. We did have, was that the 700 car? That, I think, no, that was the Sagermeister car. That did hit the barriers on the Grand Prix circuit earlier on, and we had the VW Scirocco R number 475, the Legerman Rost and Rost car in the Gravelbeg at Arenberg. That was why the slow zone was there earlier on. That was damaged tyre and damaged front rim for that number 500 BMW, the 330i car.
I don't see any tyre barrier marks on the car. That has had contact with another vehicle. Car. Yeah.
It couldn't just be, no, I was going to say it couldn't just be that the tyre exploded. It could be, but I did notice that the front left wheel was at a somewhat non-standard angle. Into the pit lane for the leader, the pole-sitting Mantai Grello, number 911, number 911. And well, it looks like they're going to try and send that car back out again. They're patching it back up. I'm not sure that is wise. Chan Guven then will bring that car into the pit lane, and the Turkish driver will give that car over to Thomas Preining, a man from Austria, former Porsche Junior drivers both.
So the one thing with the stops, he's going nose in, the other car was back in. You know, they've all got their way of working.
Well, they've got the fuel fill at the front, of course, on the 911.
Of course they have, John. Yeah, that's absolutely spot on. So that can be quite difficult. So they're spinning the car around now. Okay, that's good. Here we are with the Müller Porsche number 3, Müller and Schurig car.
And that's a change of driver. They've made their first stop. So we've got to keep an eye now, Andy, on the cars that have made their first stop. The SR Motorsport Mercedes that leads Pro-Am and the second place Durr Motorsport McLaren, the number 69 car, they've both made their first stop. No hurry. New set of Michelins going on the 911. Thomas Preining already installed. So Luca Ludwig in the Audi R8 was the first car to stop, and he pitted from the lead, or at least that car did. So we need to find out where that car is on the circuit. They pitted after 5 race laps plus the formation lap. Don't forget, this has been a full extra lap.
Let's see how it looks when Guven actually exits the box here, whether they've gained or lost time during the during that stint with the changes, because you never know, you can have a bit of bad luck with a fuel, safety, slow zone,
yes, exactly,
or extra traffic.
It has been green. We've had very precious few interventions on neutralizations on the circuit. The Audi is at the end of the Dottinger now, just come under the Andreas Bucher, through the Andreas Bucher curve. He's got a bit of traffic.
Yeah, he has. It's going to be tight. They're looking, they're just cleaning the screen, they're getting the car fueled, which is done. The tyres are on, and now they're waiting for the release.
Actually, that's the Ferrari that's coming through, is it not? The 34.
He's boxed, has he?
Well.
No, sorry, he hasn't. You're right.
So that's thrown me a bit of
that's
a
the 45.
It's a 45. That's a David Perel car.
Yeah, it's the 45.
So that's the Pro-Am.
I'm particularly interested in the Guven situation to see where he comes out, because that was very close with the Audi to obviously Audi took track position. Let's see how that comes out. We've got Guven exiting the box now. I guess they've had a driver change, so that will show very shortly.
Yeah, that is going to be Thomas Preining.
Preining now in the car.
What I'll do is I'll keep an eye.
And you've got the Falkenberg, the Falken car just behind of Muller. So
they're not pitted.
It looks to me like they have pitted. I would.
No, they pitted early. Yes, my apologies. So they pitted after 6 laps as well.
They did. You're right. So let's see where on track we have.
So look at that. So the Manthey Grello car comes back out onto the track and into a slow zone, right ahead of the 2 cars that pitted earlier. That's the 2 Falcon Porsches who were in, if you remember, 4th, 5th and 6th was that battle. However, the Manthey car has come out beyond the first hour.
Yes.
So in terms of time, that's worked out for them. The question will be, of course, now, can those Falcon cars get the extra laps to make so they don't need a splash at the end of the race?
Absolutely, that's the key.
You're working backwards, aren't you?
You
to
are.
The 4 hours.
I mean, what is interesting is the Falcon cars have closed on Guven during that stint. Obviously, with 1 lap earlier on the
he would have had to stop longer.
Yeah,
he would have had to stop longer by mandate because of the extra laps that he did.
Copy that. Yes, you're right. So that's what's closed it all up. So as you say,
but he gets the advantage because he's further into the race on his fuel.
He is. Yeah.
And that's the balance, and that's what I always say. There's as much talent on the wall as there is behind the wheel. Those are the calculations you were talking about. You can have all the software strategy in the world, and we've got some here in the Global Broadcast Centre. I'm monitoring the lap stints at least, but what you can't know, and you've got to have a feel for this, is if there's a slow zone pops up, if there's a big weather, if there's a big gaggle of, I don't know, BMW M2 Cup cars who are, 5 of them are having a scrap that's going to slow you down. Does that change your decision? Do I come in this lap? Do I come in the next?
Also, driver experience, saying, hey, I can see big clouds over Hoacht, or, just before turning onto North Circuit, you can see that the weather's not right, and carries the car through the stint in a positive way to get it back in the pits. So experienced driving in this, and the dialogue between driver and team, and the trust and faith in that collaboration and communication is key on these moments.
That's the voice of Andy Prior. Joining me, John Hindhoff, as the number 3 Falcon Tyres car. That is Sven Müller who's taken over from Maurice Schuring, the Dutch sensation, really carving a very good career for himself. Just coming up to Adenauer Forest, down one gear, down another gear, down a third gear. Balance the car, do not use the curb on the right-hand side. Now out of Adenauer Forest, heading up towards Metzgerfeld. Shift up through the gears, don't worry so much about that left-hander that comes up. Then you start going uphill, you can use the uphill part to slow yourself down before you drop down through to Callenhard. Often good to short shift there out of Callenhard down as you go down towards Westfalenfahrt, just to balance the car, because you are picking up speed so quickly through those right-handers before you get down to the almost hairpin at Westfalenfahrt. And still, the two faulted cars actually they're in reverse team order. Oh no, they're not actually, they've swapped over during the pits. They're now 3 from 4. They went into the pits 4 from 3. Sorry, I should have told you about that. That's a lot neater. They are still battling for 5th and 6th in the SP9 Pro, because there is at least one car. The Cup 2, see, this is an anomaly, because the Porsche Cup cars and the Pro-Am car, the SRF Zog Speed Rennsport number 901, is actually not stopped yet, so sits 5th overall, and it was almost actually scored as the leader, because they've got a slightly bigger fuel tank, and they're, for a sports car racing at high speed, they're actually relatively frugal. We see this sometimes in the Dubai 24 hours as well, that around about an hour or maybe 2 hours, second pit stops into the race, you'll see those cars cycling to the top of the overall timing because they've spent far less time in the pits. That's one of the Zorg Team Rennsport cars, that 901, and that is Fabio Gross, the man from Bruchtal in Germany. So he's sitting at the moment leading the class and 5th in the overall. Second is the K. Kramer Racing 909. Third is Tom Coronel in that Cup 2 Pro-Am category for Max Kruse Racing. And those are your top 3 in that Porsche Cup class. Incredible, really, to think that those Carrera Cup cars, built for what? Anything between 25 to 50 minutes of sprint racing with a single driver, have turned into a quite extraordinarily good endurance racing car. There's even a 12-hour race in Spa. Had the first one last year. Preventing ran that, and we'll have another one in September this year. Over 30 cars last year, and I think considerably more this year. There are a few mods that you can make. You add the tick the box with Porsche Motorsport, and they enable the ABS for you. And there's also a lighting pack and a jack pack. There is a slightly bigger fuel tank if you so desire. This comes as part of the endurance pack. Movable seat as well, if I remember rightly on that. A formidable way of going motor racing without breaking the bank, and a car that has, as we saw earlier on, Andy, performance that's right up there, somewhere between a GT3 and a GT4 car.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. These cars are like clockwork. Oh, we've got Aston GT3 there pulling over.
No, that's
GT4, sorry.
It's first corner.
First corner, yeah. So I don't know what's gone on there. Some sort of mechanical failure, which means that will be a slow zone. I
think I see some witness marks behind that might suggest the left front tyre has been locked up, as if there's either been a puncture or a coming together just on the green paint.
Yeah, very well spotted. I often find, you know, that the tyres tend to blow on Der Tingelhoch. You do some damage, you nip a curb, you run wide, but it's actually the high VMAX, the centrifugal force that just pops the tyre after the long, fast right onto Der Tingelhoch, and it just stresses the tyre, and boom. I've seen that many times here on the Nordschleife, and that is going to be a slow zone. It's not a game changer because all the lead cars have boxed.
That is the Valkenhorst 191 AM car with the Nicholas Abrahamsen, Joshua Hansen and Herman Vorkamp behind the wheel. well, not all at the same time. As Andy said, it's one of the GT4 cars.
Good team, Walkenhorst. I drove with them last year actually for fun to do my permit, and a nice bunch of guys.
So what did you have to do? What did that instill? Keep an eye on the battle between the two Falcon cars.
I mean, they are having a fight, these two, and I don't know how they swap positions, whether that was an outlap, or a better in-lap or a better outlap or something, you know. But they're really keeping themselves in contention. But the permit's not easy, John. It's a really hard course to take, and I've won the Nürburgring, and I had to go back and do the permit.
Because it expired.
Yeah, it expired. And
so is there's some classroom work
you
to
do
there?
some classroom work. You got some great instructors there that talk you through all of the different rules and regulations, the way slow zones work. You have to pass a really difficult test actually, and what makes it even more difficult is the German-English translation. So you can see that. Look at this on the slow zones. They're really trying to optimize the 45.
Yeah,
but
that's David Perrell in the Condor 45 car.
You have to do lapping sessions, following pace car, which is funny, and you just have to go through all the motions.
So
and it's
how long does that take?
Do you know, to get your permit, it took me a whole year last year of racing, because not only that do you have to pass.
So the classroom and the lapping sessions and the lead and follow stuff, can you do that on one day?
That can be done in one day, and then you've got to obviously then then do some races and get
14 laps.
14 laps, which is not easy to get the 14 laps on the shorter races. So it took at least 3 or 4 races for all of us to get our permit A's. And yeah, I mean, it brought me back into
that you've got to do in a car with a reduced power output.
Yes,
so what did you do that in then?
Did it in a Hyundai N.
Oh, did you?
And it was really fun. A little front-wheel drive. I was driving with Sebastian, my son, and Ben Barker, and we all had a really nice
But that wasn't any fun at all.
Oh, it was great fun just to be there with not a huge amount of pressure, but of course you want to get your permit, because you could easily make a mistake and fail and have to come back again for another race.
So typically then, if there's 3 of you in a car in a 4-hour race, so you get just over an hour each, because that, I presume that car will do just over, that's 1 stint each.
Yeah.
So how many laps will you get? So what did you get, 7?
Yeah, it was
7 or 8 laps.
We were very unfortunate actually, where we were talking before about NLS and how amazing the organisation is of ELN, but there was a couple of organisers running other races last year, and they didn't have enough marshals, so one race got cancelled, and then one race was, you know, it was a very nasty incident in the pits with the air bottle, so we then had that one delayed, and so it took me 3 or 4 races to actually, but I was very lucky because I prioritised Ben Barker and Seb, who are obviously, you know, factory Ford drivers. I prioritised their laps, so it left me with needing laps, and thankfully, because of my history around the Nordschleife and the fact I'd passed all the tests, they agreed to give me my permit A as well.
All right, okay.
Which was very
give you it back, because of course you'd held one before.
Before, when I was racing in 2005, we didn't need one.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
We didn't. My permit A was Hans-Jochen Stuck coaching me around this place.
Yeah. Which was probably a good way to learn.
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
It was brilliant to work with him.
One of the first times we went there for a race actually on the Grand Prix circuit was with the old European Le Mans Series, when Don Penos brought the American Le Mans Series to Europe, and it was the European Le Mans Series. And some of my broadcast colleagues went out onto the circuit and with another legend, and I won't say who it is, but basically he drove onto the track at Arenberg in an Audi RS6, I suppose it would have been their safety car. So the first thing he did was take the light bar off, because he said it gets a bit worrying when you get to 170 miles an hour, it might come off, and I don't want that to happen. He was talking about it in K, of course. And he went up there and they sort of looked, and we're not gonna let him in, and he's sitting in the left-hand part. So he puts his hand up, and he's got his Nürburgring 1000 winners ring there, and they looked at his face and recognised who he was. As I say, I won't say who it was. And it basically just went, on you go, you know what you're doing.
All right, you're good to go.
And he did a running commentary round the lap in this Audi safety car, and basically passed everything that was out there on the tourist laps, even some of, and as you know, Andy, if you go out there on tourist laps, there could be anything out there, and there's quite a lot of ring specials out there. I've been out there and been passed by effectively there's a GT3 an old GT1 actually, Viper, that runs round there as a ring taxi. Renault Megane Sports that are totally stripped out. They've got cambers, rear wheels at 45 degrees, ex-race cars that have been used as
You see some real sights.
Oh,
you see some real sights.
Got to keep your wits about you on there.
And there's some fast guys, you know, guys and girls who've lived around the Nordschleife. It's their back garden.
It's their playground.
There's playground. They know it.
For sure.
So it's crazy. You just meet some real specialist guys.
It's Andy Prio and John Hindorf as we're getting into the interesting part tactically now. We've seen the first set of pit stops on this third round, in this third round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie for 2025. All of the top cars now, including our Cup 2 Pro-Am leader, have stopped. So the 901 now back out on the circuit, having had a change of driver. Actually only dropped down to 7th position. We'll wait for that to reset. Actually, I don't think that is quite right. 919 just going out as well. A little bit of remedial work going on around the air intakes of a Porsche in the pit lane. That is the black and yellow number 962. This is a Cayman GT4 Club Sport. And just on the left-hand air intake, I've had a little clunk, maybe a bit of rubber, maybe another car. Having a look at that. I always worry about the radiators that are behind those big gaping front openings on these cars, whether they are adequately protected from stones. Even on my road-going car, I've got some Sun Sport grills on there, which A, look great, B, it just takes the worry away a little bit. 2 3/4 hours to go then. Stay tuned to RS3 as we are this weekend, and live around the world on the international TV feed. Plenty of racing still to come, the tactics still to play out here at the Nürburgring. Coming across the line, another Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport M, RS CSM, so that's the RS rather than just the Club Sport. That's got the louvers in the top of the wings. It's still the Club Sport, the CS. So racing pedigree, bit larger rear wing, and the M is for Manthey. Anything Porsche that's got an M behind it, be it road car or race car, has had the not inconsiderable knowledge, Nürburgring knowledge of the Manthey organisation. Olaf Manthey formed the company way back when. Olaf Manthey actually was the first ever Porsche Carrera Cup champion back in 1990, which I'm guessing would have been, was that a 964 in those days? I should have had Peter Mackay here, he would have told me. Olaf built up such a reputation, Andy, for racing all over the place, but particularly here. He just got the handle on it, and you set up a car for the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It's a lot smoother than it used to be, but it's still not a standard racetrack. But Olaf just seemed to be at one with the circuit, and people would look at his cars and go, why are you setting it up like that? But then they realised he was setting it up like that because he knew how to drive it and how to get his drivers to drive it.
That's absolutely what he doesn't know about the Nürburgring isn't worth knowing, no. You know. And yeah, Manthey has built on a phenomenal business model. They're very, very experienced Porsche dealers in the Nürburgring area there. And yeah, I mean, they've got an amazing history and an amazing knowledge of how to run these cars. And look at their track record. They're always at the front, near the front, winning races or fighting for big wins at the Nordschleife. And, you know, very experienced company. According to the timing and scoring at the moment, our leader is the SP9 Pro-Am number 45 car. That's the Realized Condor Racing with Rinaldi. That was one of the earlier stoppers. Came in at the end of 5 laps, just at the start of its 6th lap from memory. It's built a 7-second lead. Yeah. It must have happened on the outlap or something. So stopping early has definitely helped them in this way.
You get a shorter pit lane time by stopping early. So that Ferrari 296, it's the blue and white car. Then it's the Scherer Sport Audi, which is also a blue coloured car in second. They are 5 seconds ahead of Fabi Schiller in the number 14 Mercedes-AMG GT3. It's the Get Speed car. Then the pole sitter, some 20 seconds back. Now it's still showing Chan Guven behind the wheel, but I'm pretty sure I saw Chan get out of that car and Thomas Preining getting in. You don't always get the change of drivers on those cars. So actually it was David Pearl who started that number 45 car as well. So it may well be that either Axel Jeffries or Thomas Neubauer has got in. David Pearl, the South African, starting. Axel Jeffries from Zimbabwe. Thomas Neubauer from France. So a truly international feel to that lineup. We've still got this brotherly love going on between the two Vulcan Porsches. They were battling, weren't they, with the other, where's the other, the Scherer Sport Porsches dropped back then. So they have got ahead of that number 16 car. She's now got Thomas Niederhauser behind the wheel. They've dropped down to 7th for Scherer Sport PHX. So now the battle that they've got is another Porsche up the road, and that's the Grello car, I believe Thomas Preining behind the wheel of that car. It might still be Guven, but I'm pretty certain I saw Ayachan.
That's their next target. Somewhat 3 seconds behind, but 3 and 4 are having a real dingbat of a scrap here. This is all about honour in the team, you know. There's 2 teammates going head to head, and they're fighting hard here. There's nothing between these 2 guys. They're working pretty well together. They did swap positions. We don't know whether that was in the pits or whether that was just an excellent in and out lap. But you know, these two are locked in battle right now, and
couple of cars that have had problems. Metzgerfeld standing still at the moment, the number 112 BMW 325, and another BMW 328, the 505, had a little accident in the carousel, but have continued from there. We have 1 yellow flag, 1 slow zone, and 4 code 60s out on the track in various places at the moment. So that will affect lap times a little bit, as the Hankook Porsche number 30, one of the SP9 Pro-Am cars, has just come out. Now that's been a particularly long stint then. So they did 8 laps and a formation lap. That's very interesting. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, I would say that is crazy how they've managed to stretch that out so long, and they're looking very competitive here, and come out in a good space as well, so they can get their head down and start their rhythm. Here we are coming across some slow market traffic. I love this section here. It's really tricky just to get the car into the absolute best line. As you drop down now, the road drops away on the exit, you get the power down, and you're really now carrying it to, well, this is a real daunting section, John.
Another bridge before you head up to the brow. Flugplatz actually nothing to do with the cars getting airborne. At the top of the hill on the left-hand side, there used to be an airport, a Flugplatz, where the great and the good in the early days would fly up from the major cities of Germany to watch the motor racing. There was always some hospitality there. Jimmy Broadbent's car, the 150, just down the Dottinger Ho at the moment. That's a GT4 Evo, and just using the draft to go through. And they were leading their class earlier on. They'll have done their first pit stop as well. Yes, they have. It's the MG Sharudin driven car at the moment in that Team Bilstein machine. Coming to the end of the lap now. Jimmy Broadbent living the dream.
They're quite fast cars around here as well.
Yeah, I mean,
you know, look at they're doing 9-minute laps, 9:06.
What were you doing in the front-wheel drive Hyundai in the touring car?
10.5.
That's not hanging about.
It wasn't
though.
slow. It wasn't slow. No, the corner speed on those TCRs, and you know, it's very high corner speed. It's just they
Paddle
lack
shift,
straight line
of course.
speeds. Yeah, they paddle shift, and they were just a fun car to learn to drive.
No ABS on those TCRs?
No, not. To be honest, the Hyundai N that I drove had ABS.
Oh, did it?
Yeah,
Right,
it did. But great little car to learn to drive around here, and to learn, well, to get back in the rhythm, and to teach both Ben and Sebastian the tricks of the trade around the Nordschleife, which was something that I had a lot of fun doing. Both those guys are driving with Ford, and you know, Ben Barker's at WEC Spa this weekend, and they've qualified really well. And yeah, Sebastian in the IMSA. So, but it was nice to spend time with them on the road trip, and going to the Green Hell and showing them what a curryverse tastes like.
Oh yes, absolutely. We're coming right into the asparagus season as well, which is absolutely lauded in Germany. White asparagus, Sprügel,
very nice,
and with a bit of sauce on there, a bit of Bernays or Hollandaise sauce.
Yeah, very nice.
They love it over there.
They do. Very nice area as well in Hockenheim, where I used to spend a lot of time, and there was always asparagus in the hotel. So
this time of the year, it's just coming to the sort of middle to the end of May is the end of the season. We're very fortunate enough at home that we've got a fabulous asparagus farm just up the road. You can go and buy it from the farm gates, pick that very morning. Up at just in between us and Peterborough. Cross the line then for the number 4 Porsche. I just paused there for a moment because he didn't have his teammate in front of him, and he should have. 3 seconds now, the gap between those two.
He's pulled away.
Yeah. So that's very interesting.
That could have been a slow zone, it could have been traffic, or he's just got his head down and managed to, but most likely that will be interference from something.
Second pit stop for the Condor Ferrari, and David Perel, the David Perel started car. And let me see what they have done. I wonder if this is because it's going to be, right, there's going to be an extended slow zone, because I can see on the Grand Prix circuit there is track services vehicle with some replacement encore. So that is going to be an extended slow zone. It's another 5-lap run. I think it might have been David Perel. So that's 10 laps that David's done since the start of the race. But obviously there is, if you play the slow zones and the code 60s, you can get a bit of an advantage, because everybody is having to slow down. Your pit stop's going to be the same time, whatever. The pit stop time doesn't change.
Exactly.
So you can play that to your advantage.
Yeah.
So
it looks, I would say.
Absolutely. So let's say around about an 8-minute lap. That's 40-minute stints they're doing in that Rinaldi Realized Condor Racing cars, that give or take. So they are in now. There's still 2.5 hours to go. I want to see if they can extend those stints. Have they done 2 short stints with David at the wheel to try and improve their position? Because 2 5-lap stints means pit lane time is shorter than doing a 6 and a 7 or 2, even 2 7s, which we will see people do. So let's see if they get the advantage and they can go to 7 laps on the next run. That'll all have been discussed, and the drivers will know what delta they've got to run to. There are, I think, 11 sectors around here that we get on the timing screen. Are you looking at your splits all the way through, Andy, when you're driving through here, particularly when you're driving to a fuel number?
Absolutely. You've got your fuel numbers, you've got your lap predict, and you just know when you're in that sort of place where you've got to perform at a certain level. But yeah, for sure, you know, also you often find during the 2 or 3 or 4 of you as teammates, one of you's maybe better on fuel, one of you's slightly faster but using more fuel, and the team will know who's the best on fuel, and and maybe will help at this next stop to put a different driver in the Ferrari, and that maybe is slightly better on fuel. Not saying that Paral isn't, but this is something they may be considering, because of course now they need to work out how they finish this race in the most efficient way. There's a car in the box here, the other Ferrari.
Oh yeah.
With some rear end of the car off, maybe working on gearbox, looking at gearbox. That
Ferrari 296, the number 45 we're talking about, sister car, the car that has been leading. The design on that Ferrari is a thing of beauty.
That's lovely, isn't it?
They've done such a good job. The whole rear clip comes off in one fell swoop. Underneath there's a subframe that holds the bodywork on. Around that, the things that you need to get to do, the back window pops out as well. So when I say things you need to get, so things like the alternator, all of that sort of stuff, that's all on the back of the engine, so you can get into it. It's really been well thought out, and they've kind of used the thinking that you'd normally see on a Le Mans prototype, actually, on designing that car.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. And the Ferraris, as you say, it's an excellent car, sports car.
Oh, hello. Yeah. Finally, we've got now this is a cup car, the RPM car. Now I'm not sure whether Tracy or Nick Johnson started that. That is the Krohn car, the 935, heading up towards the bottom of the carousel, and behind him is the. Well, I thought that was one of the.
I thought that was the Guven.
Yeah, sorry, yes, it was the Guven car, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, I believe
911.
So it's a shame we didn't get to see the Cup car in that section, because they'd probably be quite a bit faster up out of Birkwerk and in that particular run up the hill. But here we've got, we're on board here with the Porsche 911 GT3 of Hart, Ludwig and Rosenberg.
That is fourth in the Cup 2.
It is.
Third. It's a Black Falcon car. Black Falcon, another team who know which way is up around here. Coming to the end of the hats and back on that car with one of the older BMWs ahead. Do you go left? Do you go right?
You don't go anywhere through there, John. You follow. You follow, mate. But yeah.
There speaks the voice of experience. Does that suggest, Andy, that you might have had a little nibble there in the past and realised it probably wasn't the right thing to do?
We've all thought about it. We've scared ourselves, and you can see the spectators' whites of their eyes when you know you've got it a bit wrong through there. So, yeah, you've got to apply some real discipline, as you know, around here, John, because there's certain places where, you know, you just have to sit behind a slower car and take the pain, you know, and wait for the optimum time to overtake. But you can often see the cars as you're approaching, and you know what's coming, and you're looking ahead, and you kind of maybe squeeze a little bit more to pass them in a faster section, or to just wait and flow the car and save fuel at some moment. And that takes a time for you to like get that rhythm during a race.
Bad start to the race for the Red Bull team apt Lamborghini Huracan, the Mirko Bortolotti driven car as it is at the moment. It's 10th in SP9 Pro and all the way down in 120th position. They lost 3 laps at the start of the race. Their best lap was an 8:16, which would suggest to me that that car, although it's been put back together, had damage to the right rear suspension. It would suggest that it possibly isn't quite tracking straight, that car at the moment, but they're still out there getting important laps in for their driving squad. It is Mirko Bortolotti, Luca Engsler, and who's the third driver in that? I'm going to have to look now.
You know, one thing, John, with this...
Christian Engelhardt.
You don't want a single half a millimetre out on rear toe around here. You will go out the window with the car, and that is confidence, and confidence is lap time. You know, it's like Le Mans, it's like these long, fast racetracks. You need perfect setup, you know, to do the good job. So they'll be carrying a problem. That's why they may be off the pace. But
so why would you stay out there then? In that, are you still learning?
I think you're still learning. The drivers are learning, the car, the team is learning how to work and keep the rhythm going. You're learning to race. You know, just to have 4 or 5 preparation races before you go into one of the biggest endurance races on the planet, the 24-hour of Nürburgring, you need to be in that rhythmic way to be able to perform at a high level. So they want to test mechanically the car, maybe different, you know, areas of opportunity to develop, like TC, you know, all these things. So you're constantly working on improving the package.
Ludwig's gone through, now just 1.1 second the lead, back to Fabian Schiller, then another 8 seconds back to Ayçat Güven. Audi, Mercedes, Porsche, then the two Falcon Porsches. Müller from Dennis Marshall in those two cars, 3 from 4. That Condor Racing Ferrari still in the pits for its second pit stop, so that will drop down. So David Pittard will go through into 6th position, and in fact he has just done that, although he's just been passed by the second of the Scherer Sports, Scherer Sports Porsches, says Hindhoff. No, that is the 16 car. Sorry, that's the Niederhauser car. But Pittard has been passed, so the Aston Martin now in 7th. Next to come through should be the Schnitzelau SR Motorsport Mercedes.
Code 60 and Galgenkopf.
Well, that's coming right on the Dottinger horse, so that's going to ruin your speed going on to the fastest part of the circuit.
It will, and Schwedenschwanz. Whenever you see a yellow flag and the slow zone at Schwedenschwanz, you know that there's probably been a fairly scary moment, because that's one of the fastest lefts on the circuit. But Code 60, if you're in the box at this moment, would be quite a relief, I would say. Could be opportunistic for who did you say is still in the box? The Kondo Racing. So maybe they've benefited from this.
Well, they were leading the Pro-Am category. They've just lost that to the Schnitzelau Mercedes AMG GT3. Schnitzelau is a chain of restaurants in Germany that only serve schnitzel. We were talking about asparagus earlier on. You go to the Eiffel, if you are not having a schnitzel at least a couple of times whilst you are there, you are missing out.
110%. You've got to have a schnitzel. In the Lidner, just around the corner. They do a good schnitzel in there, I know, from the last 2 weeks or 2 weeks ago when I was over. But I miss the German food, John. I spent a long time in Germany, 12 years with BMW, and you know, many times in Munich, doing the Brunchen and as they say, Mahlzeit, the sausage as well, the white sausage. So some good memories here. And I would say one thing about the Nordschleife, you know, you can win all the championships and races for a manufacturer, but the Germans only truly respect you when you win the Nürburgring.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is where they do all of their, you know, their work, and this is a very proud moment for all the manufacturers to win around here.
So 10 years ago when you won, 10 years ago this year when you won the 24, it was just becoming the big international race at that time, wasn't it?
Yes, it
had been a very particularly German race.
Correct, yeah.
Before that, but again, talking about Gran Turismo, the original Gran Turismo, and every version, we're up to version 7 now of Gran Turismo, believe it or not, really brought it to greater attention. And the German manufacturers took this to their hearts very early on, right from the start. But it has become, in some ways, and I think this is a nice testament, and nicely honouring the original concept and the original builders of this circuit and designers of this circuit. This has become the ultimate test of car, whether it be race car or street car. The Nürburgring Nordschleife. Now, you can argue whether the times mean anything, but Ford wanted to come here and beat their time that they did last year in a 652.0 from a road legal car on road legal tyres is an extraordinary feat, and it has become the world's automotive test.
It's the acid test. You won't have, if your car's not good, you won't be quick on the Nordschleife.
Right. You'll be found out.
You'll be found out. It'll expose weaknesses in the car.
Interesting.
And you know, it's just the nature of the circuit.
It's got everything though.
It's just got everything. It's got camber changes. It's got bumps. It's fast. It's flowing. It's just hard on the car in all areas. So from a sign-off for industry pool days, you've got the sign-offs here. All the big manufacturer will do their sign-offs on this track, especially from the sporting side, on the dynamics, the vehicle dynamics of the car. But yeah, I mean, what Ford achieved with the 652 lap here, just, you know, you can now go out with that car to the rest of the world and know it's one of the fastest supercars on the planet, really, because it's one of the hottest contested tracks for proving your mettle, you know.
Down in the pit lane, Hoffa Racing BMW. Some of the now that is the Michael Cole Chantal Prince car. Chantal is Michael's daughter. They had a brilliant win at Spa a couple of weekends ago, and Chantal's husband is Alex is an absolute star. Started the race on pole position, the first time he's ever started on pole position, and there was odd circumstances actually that curtailed the qualifying.
They must have a cracked disc or something.
Yeah, there is cracked disc.
You know what's caused that? That's just excessive braking at the end of a long straight of some sort, maybe, that's shocked the disc.
It's quite warm as well. There's a few big stops here.
There is, yeah.
And therefore, are you, particularly in the GT cars, are you having to be cognizant, particularly in the 24-hour race, because you'll do a brake change in the 24-hour race.
Yeah.
Do you have to get in a half distance, or are you saying, well, you know, we know we're going to have to do one, we can probably get 14 hours if we need, or 15 hours?
I think, you know, first of all, you've got to look at it from a confidence perspective. If you've got a long pedal, you will hemorrhage time. But I don't feel it's one track that I've ever had really big braking problems here. Because whether it's hot or cold, it doesn't really influence the disc and brake temperature so much. But
Le Mans more brake hungry?
Yes, definitely Le Mans, somewhere like Spa, you know, these are heavy braking. Monza, of course, as you can imagine. But this track is, it's more momentum braking, light brake pressures, rolling the speeds, long braking zones. So you don't need such a strong brake. But yeah, for whatever reason, that has had a brake heat shock or some disc issue that's causing brake. And you don't want to take any risks around here on things like that.
Yeah. I mean, I've had it on a road car before where you get a small piece of stone or flint or something that could get up and bizarrely get stuck in between brake parts, and that's awful, and you can get a scored disc. But that was a proper crack from the inside to the outside, so basically straight out like a spoke. Now we've got the number 14 Mercedes. This is the Scherer Sport car. Up in behind, that looks like one of the Audis. Yes, it is. So
this is for the big money end of the grid here.
Yes, it is. And this is the top of the grid. So this is Fabi Schiller with young Ludwig ahead of us. A couple of big names in the sport there, coming through to the Tiergarten and the end of the lap at Hohenrhein. Across the line. I mean, the Audi's moving about at the back, mid-engine V10, normally aspirated against the front-engined AMG. Down the inside into the Houthoek. Oh, he's gone down, he's got alongside. They both are going to go way wide, and both are actually off the circuit. The inside line to the next left-hander will belong to the Audi, but the AMG powers through with a bit better grip from the rear tyres. Now, that will be looked at, but I think given that both of them went, this is not Formula One, so given that both of them went off the track there.
I don't think 14 was in the wrong there. I think, you know, yeah, he you know, the Ludwig just, he tried to maintain and hold his position and ran out of track. So I think 14 was
still that barrier repair going on.
A fair pass. Yeah, that has taken a long time. They can't take any risks on things like that from a safety perspective with barriers not being right. So they will make sure that's absolutely done correct.
You might say, hang on, that's coming out of a hairpin. Why bother? Well, why bother is the reason it's damaged is somebody got there in the first place.
Exactly.
So if it's happened once, it can happen again.
Absolutely right.
Quite clearly. And this is slowing the lap times.
It is.
by round about 20 seconds, probably a little bit more, 25 seconds.
Got a lot more yellows as well during the lap act. On a yellow, you have a 120k speed, and obviously on a slow zone, or what they call the 60k, then you have a really, then you have to be very, very careful. But it's 120 on the yellow, so so it has caused some loss of lap time.
Is that a question that you have to get the right answer to?
Yes, correct. Yeah, I still remember it, which is amazing for a racing driver. That was last year.
I'm very impressed with that.
I can't remember what I did yesterday, so still remember this. But it's quite crazy when you're a racer. You do remember the important stuff, and you're focusing on. Here we are on board again with the number 3 Porsche, which has pulled a gap to the 4. So I think Muller will be quite relaxed now that he's actually managed to gap his teammate and he can focus forward.
4th position for that Falcon Motorsports car.
Yeah.
11 seconds away from the lead. If you remember, the top 5 was split by about 30 seconds coming into the first pit stop. That's now down to 18 now that they've all done a pit stop, which obviously they didn't all come in at the same time, so they won't all have had the same length of pit stop. And this is the ebb and flow of racing on the Nordschleife. As
I think any one of those 5 cars can win this race.
Yeah, I'd agree.
But I will say that the Mercedes of Schiller does look the faster car, and you can see the best lap, 7:52.588.
Heading into the Vauxhall now, assiduously staying away from the red and white curbs, being chased now by the former leader, Scherer Sport Audi. And as they come down to Adenauer, or back up rather to Adenauer Force, the Audi closes in. This is the blue number 15, looks one way, then the other as they're going past traffic up towards Metzgerfeld now. Double left. Don't worry about the first apex, but you've got to hit the second. Pulls the car in there. Audi getting very, very squirrely in the hole in the air, made by the leader at the moment. Use the hill to help you brake there. Now diving downhill towards Callenhard. Through there, short shift.
Not being funny, John, that the Audi you said looked a bit taily before, but when it's following, maybe picks up a bit more understeer and improve the balance a little bit.
Yeah, it's a good
focus
point.
Forward, Also, to follow around here, it just pulls you in, makes you faster in some way.
So that's another quarter of an hour gone. We are 15 minutes.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Faltenreifen.
dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen,
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Nick Jonsson car in 43rd, 41st, another Cup class, the AM category, Cup 3. That is SRS Team Zorg Red Sport, another Porsche. Max Kreuzer Racing in the AT, the alternative fuels class. The number 76 car is in 38th, one place ahead of them, the SP10 AM. It's a GT4 category. It's the 170 Toyo tyres with ring racing car. Cup 3, Schmickler performance by Ravenol as we're running through the class leaders at the moment, keeping an eye on the battles on class as well between AMG and Audi as they come to the end of the lap. And the Mercedes now leading ahead of Mika Ludwig, and they will change as they come across the line. That's not the way they came through last time around, but Fabi Schiller now leads by all of half a second. SP3T RPM Racing in 28th. Team Bilstein by Black Falcon needs the SP8T class with their 150 car. That's the Jimmy Broadbent machine. Spanish Racing in the Cup 2 AM class are in 24th with their Porsche 910. Max Kreuzer Racing in the alternate Fuels 2 category in 20th with the 644. Kate Kramer Racing, Porsche 909. In 15th, lead the Cup 2. In 13th, the Cup 2 Pro-Am is the Black Falcon number 900 car, the Team Zimmermann machine. Equipe Vitesse is the SP9, the GT3 AM class, the number 50 car. In 12th, the Pro-Am leader is SR Motorsport by Schnitzelheim in their AMG number 11, the black and yellow number 11 car. In 9th and leading overall, as we know, it's the Scherer Sport cars. The lead battle hits that slow zone that has been going on for a little while. Barrier repair just coming out of the cut through at Valvoline. So that's how they stand. We're coming down to half distance now. Dare we start making some predictions, I wonder, about who will come in next? I managed to close my screen as the lead has swapped. I know that's the battle further back, isn't it?
That's third place, actually. That's Guven now back in the hunt with putting Ludwig under some pressure. Ludwig's lost a bit of pace on this final last lap. He's been passed. And just noticing the different driving styles between Schiller, or different way of driving the cars. Ludwig had to plough a lot more speed in, but then his exit's not so good, and the Mercedes tends to, let's say, turn a little bit deeper and has a better exit, so he's able to sort of gap the Audi right now at this phase of the race. And Guven's come back into play in the Manthey Porsche 911, and so this is really the race for the lead, for the win today, I would say, between these three cars.
And they have stopped on slightly different strategies, only by a lap here and there, but that could make a difference when we get to the end of the race. Ideally, you want to get well inside the last hour of the race and then have a new set of tyres to go to the end, and either a driver who's dialed right in or a driver that is absolutely raring to go.
Yeah, and I think, like you say, John, it's all about that last stop now, and who's in the best rhythm, who has the best stop on fuel. And yeah, I mean, if you're lucky and you box and there's a slow zone, you can benefit also with track position.
typically in the 24-hour race, would you do a double stint and do a couple, or the better part of a couple of hours?
Yes, you can, for sure, if you're in a good rhythm, and also if the weather's... Oh, they just touched there, that the Audi just touched the slower car there, which was very lucky. Yeah, you can. It depends on track conditions, fuel. If your driver is in a good rhythm, you can keep them in for another session, another stint, and it can actually help. So yeah, it's very often that happens over at least 1 or 2 hour stints. Yeah.
The two Falcon Motorsports cars, and they are running on Falcon tyres, those cars. That's not just a livery. They are developing the Falcon tyres. A myriad of tyre companies from all around the world.
There's been there is a big difference now between the 3 and 4 Falcon Motorsport cars. Some 20, well, just under 20 seconds.
Now here's a question: could that be down to? Could one of the things that could be down to a bit of fuel saving by the second car? You've got to do an awful lot to save a full lap here, but if they were on the cusp between say a 6 and a 7 or a 7 and an 8, but you can't start doing that mid-stint, can you? You've got to do that right from the start.
I think he's been a bit unlucky, to be honest. Like that, and maybe he's dropped back 3 or 4 seconds and picked up a slow zone.
Yeah.
You just don't know. But 20 seconds is a lot to lose in less than an hour. So something's influenced that, whether it's a slow zone or you say it might be a stop. Here we've got an intervention car towing. This is typical Nürburgring here, that you have, you know, trucks on the track and
people who watch Formula One, and this goes back to the Max Verstappen question. Max, if you're just joining us, was here yesterday, although not under his own name, in a test session prior to this race, which presumably he didn't need an A permit for, although he was driving a GT3 car. However, to race here, he will need to get his A permit, and there aren't, as far as I'm aware, any exceptions for this. But, you know, people who only watch Formula One will be going, oh my God, there's a truck on the track, oh my, this. But the guys expect this. We sometimes have road cones put out on the circuit if they're working replacing barriers.
Absolutely. If you've got a waved yellow, you're down to 120. So, you know, and a stationary yellow, you can go at full racing speed. Of course, you don't overtake. Yeah. I believe I saw waved yellows there. So they were
and a white flag as well for slow moving vehicle.
But, you know, John, you do have to respect, you know, the safety side of the Nürburgring, they are very strict. And this is why they are very strict. And thankfully, you know, there's a good conduct between all the drivers.
Yeah. That Chevy pickup truck has been here for donkey's years. Yeah, I've seen that down through. There used to be a whole load of quite unusual, actually, two-door Jeep Cherokees that were the intervention vehicle. The Volkswagen AG have stepped on board, so there's a lot of Audis and VWs around the circuit now. The safety car, or at least the pace car, and it is actually a pace car, because the only time we see them is at the start of the race. Has for a little while now been Porsche. I noticed Porsche have just become the official car of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca as well. Racing there this weekend. Much later on tonight, including the next generation of Prio races. How many generation of Prios have raced now?
4.
So Seb is the fourth.
He's the fourth, and my grandfather started in Guernsey on the beaches, and my father, and now obviously me, and now Sebastian. So he's the 4th generation racer, and I think each generation gets a little bit faster. So hopefully they have a good weekend. He's driving with Rockefeller in the Ford Mustang with Multimatic.
I'll tell you what, if he's driving with Rocky, despite how well thought of he is, and despite what he's achieved, I still think he's an underrated driver. I think he's been an underrated driver throughout his career. I think he's very quiet. He just gets on with life.
I mean, he's a class act, you know.
Totally.
And, like you say, Johnny. Yeah, I mean, he's not making a big fuss, but he's got experience, and you don't win the DTM without being so good. And I'm very happy that he's Sebastian's teammate. He'd be a fantastic mentor. Seb just needs
and not just for the driving either.
Everything, just to watch and learn. And
got to say, however, that every young person coming up who I've got to deal with, where I know their parents, and I've known you and your wife Jo for a very, very long time. In fact, probably all of Seb's life.
Yeah, for sure.
To be honest, I always say, you know, you've got a very good child, and obviously I've had to deal with Seb in a professional manner, and he's always terribly courteous when we stick a microphone under his nose, which is great. But as the two leaders just break off for a moment, they're coming into the pit lane. But you and Jo have played a part in that, so well done. He's a very balanced young man living in a rarefied atmosphere of motor racing and being brought up in it. He shows no ill effects from that, and that's down to how he's been brought up.
Oh, thank you, John. He's a lovely lad. He's very humble, hardworking, and Jo won't let him get away with anything. You know, she's a tough woman. She's a racer, and as she said to me, you know, you always talk a good race. But she's really behind Seb, and yeah, we've got the two leaders coming in nose to tail.
Now look at the clock, Andy. 2 minutes and pretty much the 2 hours and 2 minutes still to go when they came in. They haven't been able to make it to half distance to take their next pit stop, whereas the Ayachan Guven Mantai car has gone through and will easily get into the 3rd hour of the race. Now, in fairness, of course, by the time the pit stop goes through, they will be into the 3rd hour. But this is still to play out. I'm not counting out that Mantai number 911 in the Grello colour. I think I just saw the Hoffa Racing H2 leading car, the red, white and black car, being ruled back out after its brake change as well. That clearly needed a little bit more than they were prepared to do safely on the pit apron. Now that was a driver change for the Scherer Sport car, number 15. Yeah, so that would have been Luca Ludwig getting out, and was that Chris Haase getting back in again? Because we definitely had Haase in at the start, and we know he got out because I saw Patrick Simon talking to him.
They're definitely going to be okay. I think they're in that 1 hour, you know, that 2 hour bubble now with 1 hour stints. But yeah, you don't want a stint to be slightly stretched out for whatever reason. You know, you're compromising slightly your options, I guess.
Yeah,
your tyres.
Yeah, the thing is here that if you have to do the extra lap, it's going to cost you. All right, we are at half distance. Thank you for joining us. If you have just popped in, Andy Prio and John Hindhaugh, let's take you back to earlier on today. Qualifying was in beautiful conditions. Ayachan Guven slapped the 911 on pole position as the cars came to the green light, or at least the red lights being extinguished. He jumped away. What was going on behind was more interesting, and sadly not good news for the Abt Red Bull Lamborghini in elegant isolation, coming to the first corner, minding its own business, down the inside, absolutely nailed. Just haven't really worked out which one of that car. I thought it was one of the red, white and black AMGs that came from a very, very long way back. Suspension damage to the right rear of that car, lost 3 laps. Has rejoined, but hasn't been yet up to pace. The two Falcon Porsches, 4 from 3 as it was in the early stages, started moving forward. They'd qualified just at the bottom end of the top 10. They finished the first of the stints in 4th and 5th position. Bizarrely, coming to the end of the stint, Chan Guven seemed to lose a bit of pace. Lost the lead and then lost 2nd place, but did get an extra lap. The BMW M2 Cup car with contact with the barriers on the Grand Prix circuit, that took that car into the pit lane. Chan fought bravely, couldn't hold back the AMG, which went into the lead. That was the number 14 car. But again, I will just remind you that they're on different pit stop strategies. The Bilstein Getsby car going very well indeed. Not great news for the second of the Ferraris. Their first car did lead the race, David Perel staying in and going long. Lost the lead again to the AMG down at the Haupthucht for the number 15 Scherer Sport car. Chris Haase started that machine. And as it stands at the moment, it is owing us a pit stop. The SP9, number 911 Porsche, via Chan Goening and Thomas Preining. The Engen, Schiller and Stoltz, a Mercedes in second by just 6 seconds. Now, I'm not sure about that actually, because we haven't had interim times and they've just made their second stop. So I'll just give you the positions rather than the gaps. The Haase and Ludwig, number 15 Audi, next up, and Chris Haase's just got back in this car. Maurice Shearing and Tim Heinemann behind the wheels of the 3 and 4 Falcon Porsches in 4th and 5th, just ahead of the Scherer Sport Porsche, which was ahead of those cars in the early running. It's now dropped down to 6th position. That's how they stand at the sharp end of the grid. The dynamic number 54 car just going back out again. Luke Hartog, the young tall Dutchman, driving that car for the first time in the race. Half distance now. These 4-hour races, I mean, really, they fly over. You're talking about 27 or 28 laps around here at the sharp end of the field, just depending when time elapses. Andy Prior alongside me, John Heindorf. We've actually seen some pretty close racing here. It's not always the case. It's sometimes a little more tactical. But once again, we've got a battle here between Maurice Shearing and Chris Haase, and this is for the 3rd step on the box. Yeah, they've closed up a lot in that stop. The Falcon Motorsport Shearing car of the number 3 car is really in the money now to get on the podium, and the Audi's got its mirrors full. Come out probably out the box on a colder tyre. Well, it's obviously the tyre warmer, but the tyre's still got to come up, the pressure's got to come up, and the car's got to come into balance, you know. So the Falcon's on the hot lap and making every little. We got a waved yellow there, but you can still, and then we've got double wave yellow, which means 120. So they're now at 120, and they may go into a full-on slow zone, which, yes, there you go. 60. 60. So 60, the purple signs at the side of the track. Hold position, no overtake. Will these guys have different speed limiters, or are you just literally going by either the rev counter or the speed, or do you have a speed off? You have just pit limiter, right? The actual, you can see there, the other class there was actually too slow under yellow, under the slow zone. So these guys were right falling over each other, and then of course the Audi made a good jump exiting the slow zone. But you've got to go down to your 60k on your pit speed, right? And that will be. But they are all slightly different. How much risk do you want to take? And is that down to where that is set by the engineers? How it's calibrated, yeah. So, but you only have one, or do you have a 121 as well? You have a 120 and a 60. So you have two, effectively two speed limiters. Yeah, yeah. Interesting. Yeah. I've been wanting to ask that question for a long time. Then there was something on the track right there. Oh no. Yeah. Looked like something was on the inside of the track, some debris, maybe some bodywork of some sort, but it's way off the racing line, so it won't cause a problem. Here we are, Birkwork, which is bumpy on the braking. Oh, yeah, I love this corner. It's all about carrying the exit speed, and we just cut now to Lamborghini in the pit lane. That is no, it's not a Lamborghini. The bright yellow Schmidtmann driven car, and that is the 786. No, you were right. It was a Lamborghini. Yeah, you're absolutely right. A little bit further down the field, but everybody racing for something. The champions of this series last year were not a top-class car. It was the BMW 240i Racing Cup machine of Adrenaline Motorsport, Team Manhattan Wales. That's why they're carrying the number 1. There's a very complicated, as in comes the leader, 1 lap later than everybody else. So Chan gave it into the pit lane. There's a very complicated points scoring system that takes into account how many cars there are in each class. So you can't just enter something that you know is only going to be a single car class and win the championship. There's a points coefficient effectively. If you think of things like ice skating or diving, where the degree of difficulty actually multiplies your performance up. It's the same sort of thing. Like a handicap system. Yeah, exactly. So if there's more cars in your class, And it's like, you know, under 5, 5 and 10, 10 to 20, more than 20, etc., etc. You get a multiplier on your points. And so sometimes you will see teams enter a second or a third car in a class later on in the season because they want to ensure that their car is getting the full gamut of points if they win. Nice leisurely change.
Bit of body language there. They're talking a little bit. You can see the nodding of the head. Maybe talking a little bit about balance.
So that is Thomas. That is Pryning getting out, I reckon. I think that was Pryning getting out. I just want to see that helmet again. Was there and Given getting back in? I think that was the Austrian getting out of that car. It looks like his body shape and his eyes. I don't know all the helmets as I should.
No, it's difficult.
For which I apologise, but the eyes would tell me. Let's have a look, see if that's Chan in there. Typically, he's got the shade band, so I can't quite see it.
It's very difficult to see them in these cars because they've got so much safety, as you said before, around them with the seats, the netting.
Oh, now, interesting, Niederhaus has come back into the pits as well in the Porsche number 16. So that's another stop for them. They're taking now their second stop. This should be a 3-stop race, but it's not as simple as that because it's when you take the 3 stops as to how long you have to be in the pit lane. The pit stop will be over and done with long before they need to move. One of the reasons for having the mandatory time, by the way, and why it changes because of how many laps you've done, is about the fuel fill. As we mentioned earlier on, and Andy knows all about this, it is a pistol grip fuel fill. So it's like pulling it up at your local service station, getting out, and the only thing you don't have to do yourself is the driver doesn't have to get out and fill the thing themselves. One of the teams allowed to do that. And it is very, very difficult, even with current digital technology, to get all the pumps to fill at exactly the same level as they're threading the needle through the TCR cars. And this is the battle for 4th and 5th. The blue Audi of Chris Haase and the Falcon Motorsports car. It's Marcus Shearing trying to go around the outside, and he'll ride the berm on the outside, if you will. Oh, that was a bit too wide. Yeah, so they try and mitigate the difference in fuel flow, even if it's only tiny. So deliberately, the pit stop mandatory time. So if you do 4 laps, let's say for sake of argument you do 4 laps since your last pit stop, then there will be a pit in to pit out time. I'm going to make this up because I haven't got the table in front of me, but let's say that's 3.5 minutes. If you do 5 laps, they'll add another minute or minute and a half onto that because you know you're going to have to put more fuel in, and that's how it's all calculated, and it's done that way just to make sure that where you are in the pit lane and the performance of the fuel delivery from those pumps is not race defining.
Yeah, that's very good. I think that's a fair rule, and
it's very German.
It is. It makes sense.
It's very pragmatic. It's very common sense.
Yeah. It is.
And the other part of it that I love in the 24-hour. I remember the first time I went to the 24-hour race in 2007. And when we had finished, I mean, remember there can be up to 8 cars in a pit, and 2 pits share effectively a petrol pump, so that can be 16 cars. So you have to have a bit of etiquette as to who's using the pump at what time, and it tends to be who's doing better in their class, not the overall positions. That's an unwritten rule. So at the end of the race, we're walking along the balcony at the back of the pits, having packed up all our gear and wearily heading back to the cars in the... but happily, the park permit is right underneath you as you walk there. And on the right-hand side, there's a load of officers at the end there. It's the pit-in end of the pit building. And there's a long queue of what I immediately recognised, because I knew some of the people, of team managers. And they're standing there, so I stick my head in. It's cool. They've all got sheaves of paper in their hand. And there's about half a dozen or 8 of the organisers sitting behind the desk with and I worked in a bank when I left school at 16, with what I would call now old-fashioned accounting machines with the buttons, and you pull the thing, an adding machine. And I'm thinking, what is all this about? And what is it about is when you fill your tank with that pistol grip, there's obviously a readout to say how many litres you get, and there is an official with a clipboard who stands there, and he looks at it and he goes, you know, Andy Prio's car, right? It's the Ford, it's the number 6 HRT Performance, and he took 75.4 litres. He writes it on, he writes the time on, the team manager or a representative has to sign it, you get the yellow copy, they take the pink, or whichever way around it is. And at the end of the race, they are all put together and they end up in this office, and the team manager brings their copies. And what these ladies are doing are adding up how much fuel you've used. And the reason for that is before the race, each entry has to put down a deposit, a fuel deposit. And what they're working out is, do you owe us money or do we owe you money? So did you use more fuel than you've paid for or less? And that's all done on paper.
Nice.
And it's like, only in Germany could you do that and make that work. And you know what? It's never changed.
I bet it's perfect.
And it is.
And you don't get any. You don't get
There's
hacked.
no argument. You don't. That's a very good point. You don't get hacked. There's never any problems. Everybody's got a copy. So if there's any discussion to be had, you can compare the copies and go, yeah, oh no, sorry, I've misread that. You're absolutely right. The teams will have done their bit of addition as well. And so, you know,
good.
It's brilliant. It's just, if you've never been to the Nürburgring for an event, the 4 and 6 hour races are brilliant, and we will have a 6 hour race again, of course, this weekend. We've got a double weekend for the qualifying races coming up. We'll have both of those. The Saturday race for the qualifying weekend for the Nürburgring 24 hours, not part of this championship, but will run into certainly the gloaming, probably the dark. And that is going to be brilliant. We'll have coverage for that for you here and on the Radio Show Limited network. But if you can get to the Nürburgring 24 hours, it is a race I think you've got to go and see once in your life if you call yourself an endurance racing fan.
You've got to go out into the forest, get lost and have schnapps. And
bump into people who are burning things and barbecuing things and with axes. And they're all lovely.
They're lovely, and it's a particular audience, but they are real thoroughbred races. You know, they love it. You get to see that at Bathurst. You get to see that at Le Mans.
Very good point.
You get to see it at Road America, at Road Atlanta, sorry, and for sure here. And these races, these historic races, have such a special atmosphere, particularly the Nürburgring. I loved it. I was blown away when I first drove it for BMW.
It's like nothing else, is it? And particularly the start of the race. Le Mans is all about the end of the race as a 24-hour race. And I think probably Daytona as well, and Spa.
Yeah.
At the Nürburgring, and again, this would only happen in Germany, the start of the race is incredible. I remember the first year we were there in 2007. And the cars roll out on their formation lap. So the first 50 cars roll out of the grid. There was 217 cars started that year. We don't quite get that many nowadays. And some of the smaller classes have been, I think rightly for safety reasons, done out of the sort of sub-1600 CC classes. And as they get out of the hats and back, I'm thinking, oh, we're never going to get this race started, because the crowd had all come over, all the spectators
onto the track,
and there's hundreds of thousands had come to the edge of the track, to the white line, but no further.
Yeah.
And the drivers are going round with their hands out and they're high-fiving people if they can. And I'm thinking, oh, this race is never going to get started. But as soon as the field's gone by, everybody
back
very respectfully goes back and the race gets started.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? They're very respectful fans, very knowledgeable fans. Which is what I always love, is when you talk to fans who really know the sport, you know, and you find those in these special places. You find it at Silverstone, you find it at Le Mans, you find it in these special historic tracks.
Yeah. In fact, actually, I'll correct myself, because it's the NLS-Light race, which is for the smaller classes, that is a non-championship round this year. The two qualifying races do count towards this championship. So those two races on one on the Saturday as normal, but into the evening, and then an additional race on the Sunday. Normally, the NLS races are just the Saturday. And touching something wooden, which we have in the Global Broadcast Centre, we've had good weather so far this year. Into another chord 60 for the leading battle, or should I say the battle for third, fourth and fifth, excuse me, with track vehicles on the left-hand side. That looks like they're heading just down into the run down into Brünchen, I think. Now we are waiting for the leaders to come down the Dottinger Höhe. And I can see two cars weaving around here, locked together. No, that must have been through Galgenkopf.
This is for the lead.
Yeah, for the lead and for
there's been a change of position. This is the Audi, no? Fighting with the Mante.
That is for third, fourth and fifth, coming down Dottinger Höhe now.
You're right, yes.
And here comes the blue Audi up the inside. So how did the Porsche get down there? And there, the Audi going through. So what's happened there?
There's been a change of position.
Something's gone on there, because this is the number 15 car coming through ahead of Thomas Preining, who's now shown at the wheel. Okay, so I got Guven and Preining the wrong way around, maybe, but it does say that it's Preining. So Thomas Engel, Maro Engel, rather, is shown as the leader, from Chris Haase now in second place, having just taken that as they came to the line, from Preining in third, by Shearing.
This is a very close and very hard fought.
In fourth.
This is very close and very hard fought, and there's been some
pit stop time. Is going to define this race.
Yeah, these guys are also equally matched. Obviously, Engel right now has got a 9-second lead, but that, again, as you say, will change at the next stop. But it's really these 3 or 4 cars that are fighting for the win today.
Metzgerfeld, by the way, we were in a chord 60 there. That was for one of the Porsche 991 Cup cars. So from the onboards of the leaders as they went through, that was the number 78. Called Didek and Kuhl's 991 Cup car. Also, there's been an accident at Galgenkopf, which is also still being cleaned up. And that was the 935 Tracy Nick Johnson car, along with a 718 Cayman GT4 RS, the 165 car. So that is the reason that we had the chord 60 as well at that point. So this little 3-car battle pack beginning to get very interesting indeed. This is second, third and fourth on the hats and back now. Not a place you would normally say you could pass here for position.
No, not at all. I think the Audi stretched his legs slightly on the Grand Prix track, but now they're going to close up with traffic. There was a nasty off there last year. Do you remember with the rain, where all 7 or 8 cars went off?
Is it me, and am I being over enthusiastic for them, but does that number 3, and to a slightly lesser extent because it's 15 seconds back, but the Falken Porsches, the Falken Shod Porsches, seem to be doing better in the middle and to the end of the stint.
Correct.
Than the Mante car.
That's what I see. I think the Mante car picks up some sort of imbalance during the later part of the stint, from what I can see, whether it's rear tyre deg or just an imbalance at some point. That's what I think and what I can see. But the Falken is very strong at that stage of the stint for sure. And the Audi, I mean, look, the Audi looks like the better car right now. That's pulled a small gap. 1 second, maybe just less than 1 second, but they do have good pace at this stage of the stint, but towards the end of the stint they seem to lose. So here we're going down to Foxhole. This is just flat.
Full power, nothing there. Stay off the curbs.
Yeah.
Brake on the upslope, down 1 gear, down a second.
Yeah, and just you think you're going slow here, but it's not slow enough. You feel like you can get out and walk, but it needs to be disciplined with your entry speed, otherwise you just lose the rear and you lose time.
Now into the area where that Porsche 991 Cup car was being recovered, and of course it's gone now. So there you go, in the space of 1 lap, the extremely efficient track services and recovery have got that car. Now, what that does mean, though, Andy, for me, is you might meet it on the back of a flatbed going down towards Metzgerfeld or somewhere like that. That's the motorcyclist in me going, I smell cut grass. there must be a tractor around the corner.
Yeah, you
maybe not try and get me knee down round here.
You've got to have your eyes up, definitely, in all these fast sections, because you do know that something's coming. That's one thing, John, when you're racing. All your senses are so finely tuned. Honestly, you can smell. I always remember the 24-hour here as well. You can smell the nice barbecues when you're getting towards the end of the stint. You're a bit hungry.
Can you really smell that?
You can, yeah.
I had Justin Bell tell me that years ago, and I thought he was pulling me leg.
No, you can smell everything. You know everything that's going on around you. You're always smelling, listening for, you're sniffing for the coolant, the gear oil. Is it different this lap? Does this like more oil now? You know, and you're just so sensitive to the car.
Now there's a new Code 60 just in front of this battle we've been describing for you at Klostertal, and they're coming to that area now. So these cars will have to be hard on the anchors and no overtaking, and getting past slower cars at the right time might just be important.
Absolute game changer to your stint if you can nip in.
So double waved yellows first, so that's the 20. That's down to 120, and again, this is Andy Priol telling you this is why you have to have the different license, track services vehicle, and purple flags there. So that's all the way down to 60k.
60, and then you should have a green on the way out, but you cannot accelerate until you alongside the green. But
you can't anticipate the green.
No,
you can't say I saw the green. No. You've got to be at the green.
It's all measured by GPS, so you can't lie. And then unfortunately, in my day, you could get away with a bit of chat, but not nowadays. But yeah, and then of course you could go out of a slow zone into a waved yellow.
Yes,
which
it doesn't necessarily
go green, and then it can go back to a slow zone again. Yeah. You know, it's
so. I mean, you can't get away from it as a driver, but also, and I quite like this. You're not asking necessarily marshals to make a judgment call of when people have slowed down at a point on the track. They're waving the flag. They're very good.
Yeah.
And all marshals, remember, whatever they're doing, are a judge of fact.
Yeah.
Whether or not there's video evidence, they are a judge of fact, and they will write a statement if need be. And that will be taken as evidence. But you're not asking them to make a judgment call. Down in the pit lane, and just the one Ford this weekend for HRT Ford Performance. That's the Haupt Racing team.
Unfortunately, we lost the other car, the Stippler car, the 6 car with some issue.
The 2 car, wasn't it?
The 2 car.
With an issue. I didn't even see it on the qualifying, so I'm not sure it even qualified this morning. Before you rocked up for your sausage sandwich, I was watching the German feeds this morning, and the early morning light at the Eiffel, absolutely incredible. Sitting in 9th in SP9 Pro, 11th overall at the moment. That's number 6. Dennis Feltzer, Vincent Kolb, Dirk Muller. It's Patrick Assenheimer behind the wheel of that Mustang for Mustang GT3. It's a big deal, Ford coming back to the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and particularly to the 24 hours. And now the question is, you'll have split loyalties that weekend, because Sebastian will be racing in the Salem 6 hours of the Glen on the same weekend. So are you going out to the Glen, or are you staying at home and following it?
Following it all from home, unless I'm doing something else for Ford. I need to look at my diary. I'm probably doing some GT4 or something for Multimatic. But yeah, I mean, I'll be following them both closely. I think that I spoke to Dirk this morning, and he's very optimistic about the pace of the car. He thinks that they've got a very strong pace, and the car is really beginning to stretch its legs around here at the Nordschleife.
Where does a car have to be good, in particular at the Nürburgring? Because it took a very long time before a Ferrari, despite the fact that Ferraris had been here before down through the years. Not a lot of them, I accept. Well, you know, the Klaus Appel and Fricadelli Racing 296 won without any works assistants and with no Ferrari works drivers. I mean, Klaus Appel, a bit like Manthey, he knows this circuit, partner of Sabine Schmitz as well, of course, who we miss every time we come here. I had the good fortune to work with Sabine on a number of occasions. But, I mean, a good car at Le Mans, a good car at even Sebring or Watkins Glen, is not necessarily a good base car for the Nürburgring. So what have you got to excel at here, and where does the Mustang have what it takes?
Well, you know, you're going to need a car that has good suspension travel, that can deal with the bumps and the undulations, but still have a platform to be able to lean on. And, you know, like every...
You set up a car a little more compliant around it.
You have to, yeah. You can't run the car to the ground, you know, and stiff, and that would maybe work around a Spa, let's say. It's a very different type of setup required for this place. So, and obviously the Ford's had to, you know, has come in its first year on the Nordschleife here, and has to know where the sweet spot is for the car, with how the bump stops work, how the damping, the spring rates, the aero, everything needs to come together.
The other thing that strikes me is you've got to have what I would call a tractable engine. You want the top end, of course you do. You've got some very fast straights here, but there are times when, I mean, we all talk about brake horsepower.
Yeah.
We actually drive torque.
Yeah.
We drive pounds-foot of torque. And that makes your life much easier on the road, but particularly in racing. Because if you've got a car that you've got to absolutely rev the whatnots off all the time, it's tiring on the engine, it's tiring on the driver, actually. And it strikes me that that big 5.4 V8, the Coyote engine, which is actually tuned by M-Sport, Malcolm Wilson, isn't it? The guys who know their way around rally cars.
They really do.
Did great work for Bentley as well in GT3. So I presume the large displacement engine of the Mustang has that capability.
It does, John, it does. It's got a lot of torque, and I would always choose the torque, as you say, over the top end, because you're pulling out the corner, you need it on restarts, you need it slow zone restarts. And I think that everybody, a lot of the race teams looked at the Mustang and said that will be a very fast car around the Nordschleife. And, you know, HRT Abt Racing are very good partner with Ford, and they are going to really help develop that car for this track. It is very specific, and it does require something different. And you've got Stippler, you've got Dirk Muller and Dennis Olsen, who are all very experienced Nordschleife you know, guys, so they can also bring experience from the other manufacturers, whether that's Audi and Porsche, and Dirk from, well, Dirk's raced in many manufacturers around here, so they've got some really strong guys there, and yeah, I think we're in a good place.
Yeah.
And we're still fighting hard here for this P2,
This
P3.
seems to have been going on for the whole race, which is great. One of the things I love about endurance racing, watching it, talking about it, and in the all too few opportunities I've had to race have generally been in endurance races. I've done a tiny little bit of sprint racing down through the years when asked. The answer is always yes. And somebody says to me, would you like to race here? And I've said yes before they've even got to what it is to race, which has landed me in some interesting seats, including a SsangYong pickup truck.
Yeah, I think I've seen you in the C1 shape.
No, that's what I absolutely want to do. The Ford Kart Endurance as well. Nick Tandy's built the car for that in races.
That's fun.
But
in that race.
Have you?
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Yeah.
We did it with Alan Gow, Seb, and Richard Solomons from IHG, and we had such a fun. I mean, came in from Alan's stint, and he had Radio 2 playing, and then I went out, hit the curb so hard, and both speakers fell out. So, but it was a good, fun race, and everyone was so equally matched. But you can spend, looking here, you can spend hours and hours.
And
like
that was what I was going to. That's what I was going to say. It is not the wham bam, elbows out kind of racing that you would need to have in a 25-minute touring car race or whatever, hitting every curb super hard, and never mind whether the car brakes as it goes across the line after 20 minutes. No, these cars have to last 24 hours in some of these races. Right now, in the number 3 Falcon Porsche, Maurice Schuring knows the part numbers on the back of that 911 Manthey car ahead of him, because he's been staring at it for all of this stint.
He has, yeah, and you can go through the night like this, John, you know, where
seeing the same car in front of you
all night to gain a position. And the team are so proud of you when you come in, and honestly, you've gained one position, but you've worked all night for it. And because they are so equally matched. I mean, these are two Porsches. You know, the obviously the tyre differences there, but the BOP on these cars is so close. There's no advantage anymore. It's just working in that small window. So it's all about optimizing your stints.
Are we going to see you back behind the wheel at the Nürburgring anytime soon?
Well, you know, it is.
Oh, there's a little smile on Andy Friel's face.
You never say never. I mean, I did my permit because Ford and Multimatic were super keen for me to do something and to race the Ford Mustang at some point. So, yeah, I'm still keeping my eye in.
Platinum rated,
I am, yeah. I'm still platinum. I haven't driven, and I mean, I've raced at Goodwood, and you know, I've driven many cars for Multimatic over the last 3 or 4 years. So I'm not completely rusty. But you know, the one thing with the Nordschleife is you do need experienced drivers to lead the team. And but you know, John, I had a good career, a good paper round, busy paper round, won 60-odd races, and if it doesn't happen, yeah, it would be a shame. But there's always a chance. You know, a racing driver never retires. Come on,
no,
never,
no.
But you know, hunting the drives is not where I'm at. I'm just really proud to be working with Ford and with Multimatic, and kept on with them for many years, developed many projects, so here we are. Yeah.
One of the races I would love to do here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, I am not up to doing, not anymore. I wouldn't even consider it anymore at my age, but I don't think I'd want to do the 24-hour series. There's too much going on at the 24-hour race, rather. There's too much going on at the front of the race. The later races in the season, in this championship, the 4 hours and 6 hour races maybe, but the one I'd love to do, really love to do, is the classic race that supports the 24-hour race. They used to call it the young timer race.
Yes.
160, 170 classic cars from the 60s, 70s and 80s. That's right up to the 90s. And there's everything. First of all, there's every BMW that's ever raced and some that haven't. There's a version of it. There's little front-wheel drive hatchbacks. I didn't even know before I saw this back in 2007 that there was a car called the Audi 50. Do you know what the Audi 50 is?
No.
No, the Audi 50 was Audi's version of the original VW Polo.
Really?
Never came to the UK. Not only was there an Audi 50, but there was an Audi 50 race series, and there's about 4 or 5 of them that come every year to do that race, with the bonnet just slightly chocked up at the back to get a bit more airflow, a bit of downflow, a bit of airflow. And there's all sorts. There's NSUs racing that. There's some great Cologne arched Capris and Mark II, the big wide arch Mark II Escorts, Mark I Escorts, Mexico's.
It's good fun.
It is brilliant.
And it's nice because it's respectful racing in the historics, you know, whereas if you were in this race, as you say, rightly so, for the 24-hour, you are just seen as, you know, a bit of metal in the way during these. And
you're a moving chicane, aren't you?
Yeah, you are, yeah. So, I mean, I think you'd love, I mean, you have raced around the Nordschleife?
No.
I've done many laps.
I've done lots of laps, and I've done it on closed days as well with manufacturers where, you know, I don't think you're ever going flat out round here. You said this earlier on. It is one of the places where you're always keeping something in reserve because of what we talked about earlier on. You never know what's round the corner. I've been out there with Aston Martin Lagonda when there's only 16 cars out there, but even then you can't take any liberties.
No, you can't. You've got to keep your eyes up. You've got to be alert, but you are fully committed. As a factory driver, you'll be 100%, but as I said, you'll be 99.5% because you need that 0.5% just in case. But yeah, it's with GT racing and at this level, GT3, the cars are so equal. You have to be absolutely on top of your game to be up there. But you wouldn't enjoy being in the middle of that grid. No. It wouldn't be a lot of fun.
Hey, look, the only 24-hour race I've done of any note was a one at Kota for Aston Martin in a GT4 car, and being in the middle of a field of touring cars, GT4s, Cup cars, and GT3s is the top class. The concentration level there of being neither the fastest or the slowest in the middle of the field. That was incredible. I can't even imagine what it must be like with GT3 cars at the Nürburgring and the closing speeds, and how that compromised your ability to take the racing line even at a relatively racing circuit's easy, but a relatively easy circuit to learn like Quarter. Every racing circuit has its nuances, and certainly getting the last 5, 3, 2, 1% out is why you guys do what you do, and why I sit here and talk about it, because that's not the easy bit to do. I just can't imagine what it must be like being in the middle of a 160, 170 car field here.
Yeah, I mean, your shoulders are up all the time. You're never relaxed. You know, you're just expecting a touch all the time from someone, and it's really, really nerve-wracking.
Risk versus reward calculations going on all the time?
All the time. Judgment, looking always back, forward, you know. Conditions, other vehicles, you know, the team asking you stuff. Yeah, these guys are working really hard in here, you know, so...
Is this a physical track, or is it more a mental track?
Mental race, this one. Mental race, yeah.
All concentration.
All concentration.
That's tiring though, Andy.
Very much so, yeah. Very much so. Your brain is using a lot of energy, and yeah, for sure, the concentration, keeping the intensity up when you're tired, keeping the whole stint performance up there, being good in traffic, you know, pit lane in, pit lane out, making judgments. Yeah, you always you put it this way, on a Sunday night when you're walking out of here, you're happy, you know.
The adrenaline in the car and the concentration in the car, for you guys are as sharp at the start of the stint as they are at the end. Does that immediately hit you as a come down when you get out of the car?
Yeah, you feel like you've done a mental marathon. You know what I mean? Where I've run a couple of London marathons, and it just takes a week or two to recover. It's the same for these long distance races, a week or two to really recover. This is looking very spicy with the 921 there.
That's the Milner Motorsport car coming through on the Lausch Luxembourg car as they are heading down the Dottinger, but there's a chance to have it. That is so long, there is a chance even for Cup cars to have another go on the green car, trying to have a little sniff there. Milner, who have made a good business out of running cars here. Harley Houghton, winner last time out with his partner Heiko Eichenberg in the 959.
This will be a fun car around here, because you can drive it 10 tenths, you know, and you've got no reliability issues or anything. This would be a hard race. And
well, I mentioned them earlier on. They've become a very, very good endurance car, although conceived by Porsche Motorsport, Customer Sport, and built at Weissach, which is their, at least finished, assembled at Weissach. I mean, it used to be the case. I don't think it is now, because even the Cup cars have got so much more sophisticated and more racing car bits in them. But it used to be the case that a Cup car was pretty much a trim level on the line, and it would be, you know, all right, there's a car coming down. Oh yes, we've got the option leather. Oh, we've got the this, and oh no, this one gets a roll cage because it's a Cup car. And that, indeed, that's how GT4 started. I remember the guys at Aston, when they built their GT4s and brought them here to race. So the likes of Kermit, the green car, and Rose, the yellow car, they were basically built on the line. And that was going up to Kloster, through Klostertal, wasn't it? That the problem was where we have the code 60 out there. Another nice, relaxed pit stop in the pit lane. Coming down to the crucial 20 minutes before the last hour.
Yeah.
So now you're looking, I'm presuming you don't get radio reception all the way around to the pits here. So when you are there, you'll be confirming your fuel numbers, particularly now, just in case there's a little bit you could do in the last 2 or 3 laps. You'll have hopefully got everything right leading up to that, but if there is a little bit of adjustment, you'll be making that in the last 2 or 3 laps.
Yeah, they'll be watching your fuel numbers and talking with you all the time about it, how you can save, lift and coast, or whatever you need to do to just
Did that come naturally to you, Andy, lift and coast?
Yeah, you need to practice it, but I'm a right foot braker, so I always had, I always had a benefit on the fuel because of that.
Because no matter how good you are as a left foot braker, there's always an element of crossover.
A little crossover, yeah. And you could be a little bit heavy on fuel. So I never had I never had to work too hard on that. And I never felt I lost anything with the right foot. And I know that Bourdais still does, and Franchitti, and the one time I tried to change was DTM, and I ended up realizing I was 99% with the left foot and switched to the right foot for the last race and put it on the front row. So, you know, it's something that my experience, my neuro pathways were built up in that right leg, but it always helped. But yeah, you know, fueling is sometimes you have to practice. Yeah.
So coming into that crucial time leading up to the last out, Lars Stegman from the Cayman in the pit lane at the moment, talking to our German colleagues. So Engel, Haase, Preining, Schuring, Heinemann, Feller, Nicky Thiem up the 7th now for the Aston Martin, albeit just over 100 seconds away from the leader, but only, crucially, a second and a half away from 6th place.
Yep.
Everybody wants to win. If they can't win, everybody wants to be on the box. If they can't do that, they want to make sure that they are getting as much data for later on in the series as possible.
I think, you know, looking at Engel, Haas and Preining, that there is a really close race there. They're all very close on the best laps, all within half a second of each other. And it's going to come down to that final stop now and track position. And this is why, John, they're going to be racing really hard now. We've got the number 3 lining up here, the Mante Porsche of Schuring. This is race on, John, here. And I would say this is now when it starts to get really hot and really, really spicy. So the Falcon Porsche does look strong at the end of the stint. You say they're coming towards the end of that stint now. And look, the Mante Porsche is just looking a little bit weaker in this position at the moment.
Golf in front, sorry, BMW in front of that battle. No, it wasn't. Actually, it was a Hyundai. So let's just keep mentioning cars. Down the inside, and the Falcon Porsche takes the Manthey Porsche, runs wide through the Habs hook, but gets the inside line into the next 2 corners, crucially, as they go through the arena section, and immediately starts to move away. Now, that to me looked like... I don't think Thomas Preining did anything wrong. That just looked like a grip advantage.
He did look like he had a lot of extra grip on the braking.
People think about having advantage of grip is coming out of corners, but it's the stability under braking and being able to take a little bit of extra pace to the apex.
Brake and turn with, you know, if the tyres dropping off, you can't brake and turn with so much braking force. You have to ease off the brakes, and then you have to brake a bit earlier to get the front end into the corner. And the Falcon car looks like it's got quite a lot of, well, just overall grip at this phase of the stint. The Mante Porsche will come back, but now it's following, so it kind of pulls you round. You can stay with it, and you can keep your eyes up, and you can see that the Falcon car is where it's strong and where it's not so strong, and you kind of try to steal back a bit of time.
There's been an incident a few moments ago, and sad to say for those that follow the winged badge of Aston Martin, it was the number 36 car that has come into contact with the VW Golf GTI Club Sport number 76. That was at Klostertal, so that is why we had the incident flags out at Klostertal, and that's a quick part of the circuit. They've come together side by side there and speared off into the barriers. Well, that, I'm not surprised that there was a major clean-up going on at that point. 2.8 seconds at the front of the field, coming in towards the last pit stop window in about a lap and a half, 2 laps time. So what we're talking about, though, is, you know, 8 to 12 minutes time, maybe a little bit more. I'm intrigued now, Andy, to see what Manthey do and how far into the last hour they can get. Or do they go opposite everybody else, and the minute that they know they can get to the end, they do a shorter pit stop, leading fewer litres of fuel, and therefore, instead of doing 7 or 8 laps, they do 5 or 6, and then take the time advantage getting out the pit stop first.
It's highly possible and highly likely that they will try that. I think that's where their strategy in Manthey particularly would be quite clever, I would say, because they know this place pretty good. But yeah, I mean, just looking at ultimate pace, I just feel, I don't know, the Manthey car maybe just had a little bit more of an issue towards the end of the stint, and I'm wondering if the Falcon car now can try to really gap them and try to make some real time up right now. This is where, if I was driving this car now, I'd be thinking, right, I need to be putting 4 or 5 seconds to him now in this part of the race to make sure I give myself track position for the final stint.
It's the voice of Andy Preo alongside me, John Hindhoff, in the Global Broadcast Centre. Just diving down the hill. This is as far away as you get from the pits. It is where Tim Heinemann is now in the Falcon Porsche number 4. And these consecutive right-hand corners that get ever tighter before the left-hand hairpin that's banked to the inside. They're diving down the hill, up through the gears, down towards the Bridge of Breitscheid. Look for the road on the right-hand side that comes in. That's just about where you have to be thinking about braking and turning in. But it's so late now on these GT3 cars, Andy.
Yeah, it is. It's downhill as well, but it's fast down there. And there's a very hard wall on the exit. Yes. Well, actually more mid. And then Lauda here is very fast. This is flat, but very bumpy. You have to brake in the kind of middle of the road. You always creep a bit more to the left, but you can easily get it wrong. But exit is everything here.
Bergwerk stay away from the apex curb, and then these left-handers that you can actually come from the middle of the road. It's the last one you've got to get right.
Yeah, and you know, they're all flat, but you've got to, let's say, take the line of least resistance to let the car run on the exit and not put too much steering in, and just keep the speed you come out of Bergwerk is determining your speed all through those very fast kinks. But that's a very blind section, and I always feel like you need to have preparation there, because you know, any issues with another vehicle off on the exit or oil or whatever could be a problem through there.
I'm starting to think to the end of the race now and work out whether this is going to be 27 or 28, 26, 27 or 28. You're talking 8-minute laps, so how can I not know that? Because it depends when time runs out and where the leader is at that point. And you know, obviously, if the leader's gone through and 10 seconds later it drops to 0.
Yep.
So this has also got to be brought into your thinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the more street-looking Caymans with the fixed rear spoiler, and the number 440 in bright orange, cruising through the first part of the lap.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt, denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke, wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R, offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen,
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
So coming into this crucial window for the final pit stop, Andy Prior and John Hindhoff, and we have been waiting for the stagger to unwind as far as the pit stop tactics are playing out. However, the battles at the sharp end of the field have been outstanding. Christopher Haase getting really jiggy with it as he was coming through the end of the Hansen back and then heading down towards Flugplatz and hitting all the curbs there, which was really unsettling the back of the Audi. Oh, now, was that a yellow flag there or just being taken in as they went past traffic? I think that might have been a single yellow there, now a double.
Single yellow is a warning, expect a double, and then you're going to go into a slow zone.
Right.
So,
and this is just at the Swedish cross, the Schwed-Kreuz, top of the hill. Blindingly quick left-hander just over the brow. They've actually smoothed that out a little bit now before you get to Arenberg at the top of the hill, which is where the issue is, and we've got a flatbed doing some recovery there.
Yeah,
well, that is much smoother than it used to be.
It is, yeah. Well, now with the cross past the green, look at the jump the Audi got there.
Yeah.
Something strange happened there because the Audi jumped
and then stopped.
Because it hasn't passed it.
schon wahrscheinlich jetzt gerade im Bild. Wir stehen hier bei Rotax Deutschland. Die sind nämlich an diesem Wochenende hier zu Gast. Zusammen mit dem Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring Talent Pool ist man gerade so ein bisschen dabei und beschnuppert sich hier, habe ich gerade schon rausgehört mal. Denn es steht hier ganz im Zeichen der Juniorenförderung, was hier angegangen wird. Und ich habe mir dafür den passenden Gesprächspartner dafür eingeladen, weil wir wollen da jetzt mal so ein kleines bisschen hier durchgehen, wie das Ganze denn so aussieht, von Rotax Seite aus, aber auch von Seiten der Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Und mein Gast, den ich mir dafür eingeladen habe, ist Andreas Mattis. Erstmal schönen guten Tag und schön, euch hier am Nürburgring zu haben.
Ja, hallo, vielen Dank.
So, du bist als Vertreter von Rotax hier. Ich habe gerade ja schon gesagt, ihr seid so ein bisschen hier, um euch gegenseitig so ein bisschen zu beschnuppern, weil ihr macht ja in Sachen Nachwuchsförderung sowohl von Porsche-Seite, aber auch von Rotax-Seite aus relativ viel. Ne? Erzähl mal, was macht ihr da?
Ja, also ich sage erstmal Dankeschön an Rotax, dass wir auch das ganze Material bekommen haben, um hier zu sein. Dann natürlich Dank an Porsche, dass sie auch an uns denken, dass wir dann auch mal kommen dürfen, uns auch mal zeigen dürfen, weil im Prinzip ist es ja schon ähnlich mit dem Porsche Markenpokal und mit Rotax Markenpokal, dass es schon, wie gesagt, die gleiche Basis ungefähr ist, nur wir in klein mit den Karts und Porsche halt schon in groß. Ne? Und ja, und wir haben jetzt mal den Weg gefunden hierhin und ja, das ist eigentlich so ein bisschen der Pendant halt klein, Kart fahren, groß, Porsche, ja.
Das heißt, wie kann ich mir das denn ganz genau vorstellen dann? Ich nenne es jetzt einfach mal Markenpokal im Kartbereich. Das heißt, alle sind mit den gleichen Chassis, mit den gleichen Motoren unterwegs oder erklär mal.
Ist nicht ganz so, also gleiche Motoren, gleiche Reifen, ja. Bei uns sind die Chassis halt freigestellt, das ist der kleine Unterschied halt zum Porsche halt. Bei uns sind halt die Chassis noch freigegeben, da kann man noch Chassis wählen quasi. Ja, was dann sehr ähnlich ist, ist dann das Weltfinale, wo eigentlich alle Fahrer darauf hinarbeiten, was immer am Ende vom Jahr ist, ist quasi die Weltmeisterschaft. Da stellt dann Rotax auch die gleichen Chassis. Also das heißt, bei der Weltmeisterschaft wird dann tatsächlich wie beim Porsche gleiches Chassis, gleicher Motor, gleiche Reifen gefahren und das wird alles vor Ort dann ausgelost. Die Fahrer kommen quasi, dieses Jahr wird es in Bahrain stattfinden, nach Bahrain und dann wird halt ausgelost und dann kriegt man sein Material zugelost und dann wird dann wirklich dann um die Weltmeisterschaft gefahren.
Jetzt haben wir ja gestern, ihr habt das Kart ja gerade schon gesehen, das hat so ein paar rechts und links, ein paar interessante Kästen da rechts dran. Das Ding ist elektrisch unterwegs, ne?
Also dieses ist jetzt Elektrik, das ist das E20 von Rotax. Damit wurden jetzt die ersten Rennen gefahren. Das Kart ist auch bei der Weltmeisterschaft oder Grand Final auch unterwegs. Die Serie von uns besteht im Moment noch aus den normalen Verbrennermotoren, also Zweitaktmotoren, von Micro, Mini an, über Junior, Senior und dann haben wir auch ein DD2-Karten mit 2 Gängen. Das ist unsere normale Basis, aber Rotax arbeitet, wie Porsche auch an E halt und da sind wir auf einem guten Weg, denke ich.
Jetzt sind die Jungs aus dem Talentpool ja gestern Abend hier gewesen und durften mal so ein bisschen rumprobieren. Ne? Wie war denn dein Eindruck? Wie hast du das denn wahrgenommen? Hatten die Spaß, auch wenn es elektrisch dann war und da manchmal ja so ein bisschen Kritik ist?
Nein, also gestern hat sogar ein Fahrer gesagt, wir lassen das morgen mit dem Auto fahren und fahren Kart. Also war natürlich auch ein bisschen Spaß dabei, aber die Jungs hatten auf jeden Fall mega Bock gehabt und sah auch gut aus. Wir haben auch ein paar Aufnahmen gemacht, also die hatten auf jeden Fall Spaß gehabt, ja.
Ja, die Aufnahmen haben wir auf jeden Fall auch heute ja schon im Stream gesehen. Das sah mir auch nach ordentlich Spaß aus und ich habe auch schon mit einem der Jungs geschrieben, nämlich genau gesagt mit Niklas Koch, der hat mir nämlich gesagt, Alter, das Ding geht ja mal sowas von dermaßen vorwärts. Von daher, ich glaube, da kann man durchaus Spaß haben. Andreas, ich würde dich vielleicht einmal kurz entlassen und dann meinen nächsten Gast quasi einmal hier zu mir rufen. Das ist der Kollege Alex Vielenbach, denn der hat eine ganz besondere Rolle hier. Der sitzt einmal in einem Cup 3 Porsche, in dem er hier unterwegs ist. Andererseits bist du aber auch regelmäßig ja in der Rotax Max Challenge unterwegs, ne?
Ja, genau. Es war ganz witzig, als ich das gelesen habe, dass genau die 2 Serien, in denen ich halt beiden fahre, dass die jetzt zusammenarbeiten und die RMC halt hier ist, passte halt perfekt.
Du fährst relativ viel Kart, das hast du mir jetzt gerade schon mal erzählt, auch viel, um dich vorzubereiten, um zu trainieren. Oder sag mal, was sind so diese Vorteile, die du daraus mitnimmst, wenn du regelmäßig im Kart sitzt?
Also bei mir hat das eigentlich angefangen mit dem Rennkartfahren vor 8, 9 Jahren, weil es halt für mich die einzige Möglichkeit war, überhaupt zu trainieren. Ich habe damals die Rennen hier im Auto gesessen, war froh um jede Runde, die ich gekriegt habe, aber außerhalb Training gab es halt nicht, weil das halt im Auto alles eine Nummer teurer ist. Also habe ich mir damals ein Kart gekauft und das war halt so die beste Schule, die man machen kann. Ich habe mir gedacht, jeder kommt aus dem Kartsport, ich nicht, also hole ich das nach. Ja, und was soll ich sagen, es hat sich halt über die Jahre so ein bisschen dazu entwickelt, von anfangs nur ein paar Runden im Jahr bis hin zu jetzt.
Love it to stay green right to the end and have full racing, to have a full fight to the end without any factors that could influence the strategy, because that would be really good for us to see who's got it.
Fella, that's shearing in the number 3. The Falcon tyres. What a classic livery that is, by the way. We talk about classic liveries, and of course you talk about Martini and Gulf, and certainly in sports cars down through the some of the cigarette liveries on Jaguar, etc., etc. But you've got to say that Falcon livery on the Porsches, on some of the Japanese touring cars down through the years, the GT500s, etc., etc. It is an absolute legendary livery.
It is. It's done a lot of racing. And that's what's great about motorsport. It's built up. God, they were really fully... Oh, they've been balked up. Oh, no, he's boxing.
Oh, right. So a change of position as the Falcon car came in. Overtakes a car in the pit lane before the pit lane speed line. That's fine. It was going slow anyway. The pit lane is still part of the racetrack, and in fact, that's one of the Audi. It's a 777, actually. That car had been going very nicely in the TCR class, and that has come dead stick, I'm afraid, to a halt right in the entrance to the pit lane. That's the TCR leader, the Goroyan RT by Sharkey. They've got a Golf out there as well in the SP3T class. Well, it's in the pit lane, but not. It's gone past the pit lane 40k speed marker. God, 40k must feel like you're standing still.
Will do after dirting a hole, for sure.
Right, so both Falcons and the Engel Mercedes from the lead of box. So here's the additional lap for Manthey. They've got to make this count.
They have to, and there's a code 60 at Whitman, which won't help them, to be honest. So yeah, that's going to hurt their. This is the big lap. Maybe
it's got to be the big push for Thomas Bryant.
It does have to be. It does. Yeah.
I shall keep an eye on his sector times and see if we can pick him up round the circuit. He's gone off the Grand Prix circuit. Wasn't a great run through there. Must have hit some traffic at 106.2. You'd expect to be down in the 105s, mid 105s, really, on a very good lap. The broadbed car, as we're calling it, the 150 Black Falcon Bilstein GT4 Evo. A couple of laps off the main leader, but leading at the moment in SP8T, and in a very creditable 22nd position. Jimmy Broadbent freely admits to living the dream. Sim racer turned real world racer. We've seen him at this race track before, and in the 24 hours, had him on Midweek Motorsport. We've seen him down at Barcelona for the 24 hours for the Preventic races. Absolutely loving it, and he's very generous with his time. Love talking to him. Absolutely an enthusiast, and keeps pitching. Oh my goodness, this is a slow-moving Audi. Is that the 15? Yes. It is the 15. Yeah. That's the Haase Scherer sport car.
Yeah.
Oh, out of fuel? Surely not. This is the end of the 7th, or has he had a problem? So was battling with one of the Falcon cars, wasn't he? And there was side by side coming up to a Porsche Cup car, going one way then the other. They split the cars. Here comes the Grello car as well.
He's just slowing
to go through, and he's just slowing. Haase just slowing, as if someone threw an anchor out the back. And I think that was... Where was that? Was that going good curve? I think it was.
It was, yeah. That's a very fast section, but he's still got drive. He's getting it back.
In that flurry of pit stops, I failed to notice, and I apologise, that car had dropped out of the running. That is an extraordinary turn of events. inside the last hour with a car that has been showing real speed and was...
Yeah, that was one of the contenders.
Absolutely. Has to be a contender.
Yeah. So something's happened in the stop, maybe.
Well, as he comes back along the pit lane, just looking at that car, was on its outlap.
Yeah.
As you rightly say, loose wheel nut? Has he felt that?
I doubt it. I doubt it. I mean, it could be anything, you know. It could be, obviously, the engine stopped and started. They had hazard on. I mean, is there some sort of potential software, you know, electrical issue, like a pit speed limiter or something strange like that? I don't know. It's you know, these cars are so complex now.
Preining has turned up the wick a little bit on this extra lap that he's getting. This will be the end of his 7th lap. The rest of the cars, excuse me, this will be the end of his 6th lap, which is when everybody else ahead of him stopped. So he stops at the end of this lap and he will have the same length of pit stop as the cars around him, but will have less laps to go to the end of the race, if that makes sense. So then you have the choice of how much fuel you put in it and how good your tyres are going to be. They'll be a full lap better than everyone else's.
Yeah, I mean,
did you notice that, Andy? Is a tyre advantage, a one-lap tyre advantage going to show?
There will be, but it's not, for me, a high deg track on the tyre. It's, yeah, I think you're just going to make your money on the stop here and the amount of fuel you take and the time you spend in the pits. So, this is just going to be, look, he's had traffic as well on the in-lap here, so if he boxes this lap, yeah, I'll be very interested to see how long he spends and what fuel he takes in this final stop.
So the cars we're going to have to look out for were the cars that made their final stop 1 lap ago, and we know that the first car of them in was the car that was leading, which is the Mercedes-AMG Team Get Speed car. The number 14, Maro Engel, Fabian Schiller, Lucas Stoltz. We believe it's Engel back at the wheel of that car. Moment or two ago, was there a little wobble or a little off-track incident from the Grello car? Yes, he was.
That was lucky.
Over-committed, going up through Mood Curve.
That's a very fast
That's corner. Super quick. What's that, 4th, 5th?
Yeah, that's 5th gear, and you carry a lot of speed. That you could easily have got that twisted up on the exit and ended up bouncing off the fence there. Just, yeah, that was a big commitment.
You have no accident or a huge accident there.
And you can see how hard he's pushing on his inlet. He knows this is it. This is where the race is either won or lost, to be honest.
So to believe Preining in here, it was a double at the start of the race, we believe, for Aychat Guvin, and this would be a double for Preining to take it to the end if the timing screen and the sensors on the car tends to be on the plug-in for the drivers.
Yeah,
Chris Haase is out of his car down in the pit lane. He's got the car back, talking to our German colleagues, and we'll try and get the word from that. Oliver and the rest of the team listening intently to Haase talking to the German pit lane commentators, and the leader is in. Preining is in for the last stop. So this is the defining pit stop, and is it a win? Is it a podium, or have they got their sums completely wrong? I would suggest not the latter. They are in the conversation, undoubtedly in the conversation. A fairly empty pit lane as he peels right-handed, nose first, to get the fuel in the front fill of the Porsche 911, number 911. And so that car comes to a halt. This will feel interminably long. So that is at the end of his 6th lap, I reckon. for Preining. Just check that.
And the track is green, so this means that both Engel and Muller in the Falcon Motorsport.
My apologies, it's the end of his 8th lap. Everybody did 8 apart from Ricky Feller, who did 7 to his last stop. That 16 car is sitting in 4th position at the moment, but they've all done 3. Oh, actually, no, Ricky Feller hasn't done his last stop yet. Ricky Feller coming to his last stop at the end of this lap. Yeah. Right. Okay, that makes sense. So nice and easy, no need to rush, lads. And I didn't see Preining get out of that car there. I think they're leaving him in. There's a little bit of scuffage on the left rear wheel arch.
Yep.
On the yellow part of Grello. He's already in 1st gear, ready to go. He's watching the pit timer, which is counting down in the car. So much to look at. Tyre pressure sensor reported a pressure drop, and they believe they had a slow puncture for Chris Haas. How unlucky is that on his outlap after his final stop in the number 15? That is incredible.
So the tyre that they put on the car was not... Yeah, that's annoying. Annoying.
The car's gone back out with Luca Ludwig behind the wheel, but any chance of a decent victory has evaporated, thanks to Oliver Fragstein.
Manthey's made it in front of the Falcon. They've made it. They've made it. They've jumped him in the pits.
So thanks to Oliver Fragstein for the translation there. Through comes the car that was leading before the final pit stops, the Mercedes. And the number 14, Bilstein, gets speed car. So the Manthey maths are magnificent.
They've done it. Yeah, they've made the, and they've got quite a big gap, actually. I would say at least 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's see if the 14 can reel them in.
Well, they've got to push now.
They have to. Yeah.
They have to push because they'll have more pressure and heat in the tyres on the AMG. Tyre warmers allowed? Yes, they are.
They are, but you've still got to bring the pressure up, and you've got to bring the tyre, the pressure and everything together. But by the end of the Grand Prix lap, you should be, before you turn onto North Circuit, you should be in a window that you can really push.
Ricky Feller just fails to get scored as the leader in the blue Scherer Sport Porsche. A little bit of damage. So that was a bit of damage to the left rear of that car that I saw some stuff flapping around in the very early part of the race. That's been there right since the early part of the race.
Yeah, that's happened maybe the beginning and the start or whatever.
Yeah,
but,
bit of rough and tumble.
Not enough to do anything serious. And I think the diffuser on these cars, although it works, you can still operate even with some damage on the diffuser. So yeah, this is going to be a scrap now to the end, John. I don't know quite what the delta is between them at the top 3. We'll probably see more clearly at the end of this lap. But it looks to me like Manthey have, as you say, really come up with the goods in this final stop.
Yeah, and I think it's Preining that has stayed in that car, so he's dialed in, if you like. There.
He is, yeah. That's a safe bet, keeping them totally, keeping the driver that's really hot in the car. What is now 39 minutes remaining of the race, and yeah, it's not easy to pass around here either. So if they have a healthy enough gap, they should be able to maintain that to the end.
Round about 5 laps, I reckon. Which, if you remember, they started with 2 5-lap stints, if I'm not mistaken. So this is very interesting that they've done it slightly different from everybody else. Still 3 pit stops, but it's the position of those pit stops relative to the table that tells you how long you've got to be standing still. This has been a Manthey masterclass in how to run the race. We saw that car, we thought they might have a problem, they eased their pace. Were they just saving a little bit of fuel throughout the race so that the stop at the end, they would know that they would have plenty of fuel? Because you're not going to use every drop, of course, when you come back in, not when there's a lap of the Nordschleife that is so long. You'll never really want to be getting down to the dregs of that, because it's you get that wrong, that is catastrophic for your race result.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be making mistakes like that, but these engineers are really sharp. They know exactly all of their parameters they have to work with. They've got software everywhere.
The other thing, Andy, is they've got him out into a fabulously clear space. He's just coming down the far side of the circuit, and this is the first time he's hit any traffic. Preining leads the race by I think round about 7 or 8 seconds, and the first car that he's hit is at the bridge at Breitscheid. That, I mean, again, is there a bit of good fortune there? Are they watching the traffic? All of the above.
Well, you do get, you know, GPS on these cars, so you can track it. It is impressive if they can. I would say it's unlikely, but yeah, it has worked out well for them. They've definitely optimized their race stops, their race strategy. And for a car that we were saying earlier in the race looked a little bit more nervous to drive, maybe they've come up with the ideal you know, strategy here to win this race. But
has to back out as there's a slower car in the middle of the road and drops his tyres on the left-hand side into the dirt alongside this circuit here in the Eifel. But that can happen, and again he's over the edge of the circuit as he climbs the hill exactly where he was off the circuit last time around.
I would say he's in the zone.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
He's driving to the absolute optimum track. He's using everything.
Up to the Caracciola carousel now, the absolute trademark of the Nürburgring. Even use it in their logo for the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, of which this is the third round in 2025, building momentum to the qualifying race weekend. 2 races, one into the dark on the Saturday and then another one on Sunday afternoon, part of this championship before we head into the Nürburgring 24. Very busy May and June for endurance.
This is a hard part of the race now. You've got half an hour to go. You're leading. You've got traffic. How much risk do you take?
Yeah.
You know?
How much would you want to be told by your team about what's going on with Niederhauser in second?
You need to know. You need to know, you know, what the delta is. I always find this is the time when you're going to make a mistake. It's better to almost be the guy hunting than the hunted.
Yeah,
you know, because you've got nothing to lose.
Nobody's going to criticise you if you make a mistake because you're driving flat out for the win and to chase someone down.
As I said before, you know, you've got to be committed to the risk, and in traffic, if you're a little bit out, you know, you're likely to make a mistake and touch another car. So let's see what the gap is over the start-finish. We've still got another 2 or 3 minutes before they end the lap.
Maro Engel third, breaking up the Porsche, the pride of Porsches at the front. And the dominance, Porsche, Mercedes, Porsche, Aston Martin, David Pittard and Nicky Team have done their work very nicely. Just haven't seen much of them, haven't had to. They've not made any mistakes. New slow zone at Wipperman.
Been a busy part of the track today.
Has. Yes, it has. And heading in towards Brünchen. Yeah, that Aston, I think they'll be reasonably happy with that. They've gone about their business nicely. Ultimate pace, a couple of seconds off the fastest lap of the race. But again, fastest lap of the race is fine. Don't get any points for that.
I always thought you can never rule Aston out. They always seem to come good when you know, for the big races.
Yeah.
They're always competitive. So Walkenhorst are also a very good team. So you never rule them out, but for sure today that race has been between Porsche and Mercedes, particularly the obviously the Mante car, but also the Falcon car.
Been a good battle in the SP9 Pro-Am as well, and it is the Durr Motorsport McLaren 720 GT3 Evo that holds an excellent 7th position. J-Mo Hartling behind the wheel of the Mercedes Schnitzelbaum car number 11 in 9th place, and 3rd down in 16th position is the Hankook Competition Porsche, the number 30 car. So those guys are all battling in the SP9 Pro. Hello to Alan Boddy, who, thank you for your comments at RSL_studio. Andy Preo is doing a great job. He wants you back.
Oh, that's very nice. Thanks, guys. I love being here and listening to Radio Le Mans for many years, so it's great to be giving my bit of knowledge to you guys.
And we're not letting Andy get away at the end of this race, because we're going to haul him back into what will become the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre for Mustang Challenge from Laguna Seca today, later on, much later on in Europe, and tomorrow as well. So if you haven't had your fill of Prio, good news, there's more to come. Installments 2 and 3 to come.
Looking forward to that. Doing a bit of
very different style of racing, because that's sprint race.
Sprint race, one make. Let's see how the Mustang Challenge.
Have you driven that car?
I haven't. No, I've driven the Dark Horse, but not the Dark Horse R. So it looks like a fun car to drive, I would say.
Those cars will be at Le Mans this year.
They will.
For the non-championship race.
Absolutely, that is a real bonus for anyone wanting to get Le Mans experience. Has never been there before. It's a no-brainer opportunity. Well, let's have a word with Ford, John, see if we can get you in the car. That would be awesome.
I think I'm rather too busy.
I think you might be a little bit busy that weekend.
I think the responsible adult Eve might just have a word to say about that. Seriously, I actually got an offer of driving in the Porsche Sprint Cup race that is at Le Mans in a Cup car this year, but I had already promised Ford that I would do the World Fleet commentary for Mustang Challenge, and it's too close.
Absolutely.
And I think you've got to concentrate on one thing if you're going to do that, particularly in a field of cars at that speed.
You've got to prepare for that.
You've got to have your head in the right place.
Being able to do these big races and being a racing driver is a full-time job, you know, and that's why I admire these pro-ams, because the gentleman driver, I don't know how they do it, because, you know, if you're not thinking about it all week, preparing, you're not really ready. So
don't forget, at the end of this race, we have more endurance for you over on RS1, where you can tune in for the bulk of the race of the FIA World Endurance Championship, third round of the season, last round before Le Mans. Very interesting qualifying yesterday, thoroughly enjoyed that. It's Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones who are looking after that one over there. Stay with us here in sound and vision for the conclusion of this race, coming down to the last half an hour.
12-second lead as well, the Mante car has over Engel.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Faltenreifen.
Erlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely Fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Last knockings of this race, it's Andy Prior, proud BRDC member.
Yes, very proud BRDC member and board member, actually, director of sit on the board, which I love doing. It's a real eye-opener with what's going on at Silverstone. The
British Racing Drivers Club,
yeah.
If you don't know, who also obviously, you know, have a massive role to play at Silverstone as well, the home of the British Grand Prix. A lot of BRDC drivers will be here. BRDC members are here, yeah, racing in the States this weekend. It's an honour to be part of the BRDC, Andy.
It is. It is.
You can't just fill a form in, can you?
No, it's a bit like an MBE for motorsport, I would say.
I like
having
that.
a BRDC badge, and very proud heritage of motor racing, and a fantastic club, but a club full of high achievers in the sport, both associate members and race, you know, and full life members as well, and just an amazing amount of knowledge and expertise within the club.
You were talking about running a couple of London marathons. You did that for BRDC Charities, didn't you? Darren Turner's done it. Ollie Gavin is exceptionally good. When I lived down in Wellingborough and I was going backwards and forwards around the roads when he was living just a little bit further down the road, Sunday morning, if I was out on my motorbike early to go and get a bit of wind therapy, Gavin would be pounding the tarmac at, you know, 7:30, 8 o'clock, yeah, and keeping up a cracking pace.
He's a fit boy. He was a fit boy. Actually, we did it together. I mean, I didn't run with him. I think he was sub 3. I think he was sub 3 hours. I ran it with Guy Smith. We ran together the whole length, and we did I don't know, 3:40 or something.
That's pretty good.
Actually, I was racing at the Nürburgring. It was that's with the ash cloud. Do you remember the ash cloud?
Oh yeah. And I got stuck in New York.
Well, I got stuck here, so I raced here and I drove back through the night. Got to London at like 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, and then got up and ran the marathon the next day, which is something I couldn't do now. That would exhaust me. But I literally remember coming from this race pretty much and going straight to the marathon. But yeah, the BRDC is a special club, and it's an honour to be able to put a bit back into the sport. There's a lot going on at Silverstone. We've got a new international kart circuit being built.
That is a really interesting development, yeah. With Joe Bradley and Nick Damon. We're involved there particularly. In fact, they had a televising a race at in North Wales this weekend over on Karting TV, and I've done a bit of commentary for them as well. To bring that grassroots level of racing to Silverstone again. There was a kart circuit there in the past, and in fact they used to, think of this, I'm old enough to remember when they were racing supercarts on the Grand Prix circuit.
Oh, yeah. Heinz.
Yeah,
these guys. And Stuart Zamelis and all those guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Gearbox karts.
I'm very pleased I like the fact that we're putting a bit back from the F1 into grassroots motorsport. That's part of my passion on board, is to be able to make the place a better place for youngsters to come through and have better opportunities. You know?
You've been part of the BRDC Rising Stars programme down through the years. Yes. We've got a good crop of new young drivers who are coming in from ever more diverse economic, educational, demographic backgrounds. Next week rather, we'll have Mackenzie Cresswell on the show. He's part of the Rising Stars. Yep. He's coming into sports car racing now. I'm talking to young Harley Houghton, who's another great up and coming driver. down through the years. We've seen them. I mean, I've seen a lot of them in the States, of course, coming across to the States and in IMSA, and whether it was, you know, the early guys who kept it to themselves, I've got to say. So people like Andy Wallace and James Weaver, they didn't want to talk about the States. They were having far too much fun. And then Johnny Moreland went over there, another BRDC member. But, you know, the old adage of the British are coming has happened. Big battle on the track here at the moment, and this is for position. This is the Dynamic GT black and yellow Porsche with the McLaren, and they are battling for overall position. So it's Joel Sturm in the black and yellow car, the SP9 Pro car. The Pro-Am car is the leading Pro-Am car. That's the Door Motorsport car, and the man with his name over the door is driving it. And they are pushing through the traffic to come on to what we've got left on 20 minutes.
22
My
minutes.
Goodness. Yeah, that's going to be 3 more laps. Yeah, exactly. Everybody's got the numbers right, side by side, and traffic's played apart. It's the Hankook Porsche into the pit lane. Another one of the cars ahead. They're still side by side. This is not over and done with, because the McLaren's got a little run as the other Porsche, the second Porsche, was pulling into the pits, went across 3 lanes. That would have caused some curse words, I think, if you did that in traffic on a motorway exit, because he went across about 3 lanes. And the McLaren just about holds on to that position. The number 69 car leading the Pro-Am. My goodness me, that was very tight as they were coming in. I'm not sure which of the doors it is, whether it's Ben or Phil behind the wheel of that at the moment, but has held on to the overall position. He is not under challenge at the moment from Jim O'Hartling, who is another, well, I say that, he's only another 7 seconds further back, so he doesn't want to lose too much time. And right now, the good news for the orange and black McLaren is that they've got effectively a tail-end Charlie behind them and the second place car in class.
They've got a little bit of a buffer, but this is about pride and honour right now, isn't it? And I think the dynamic Porsche wants to get past. Of course, does not want to be beaten by a Pro-Am. No,
that's a Luke Hartog car with Joel Sturm, who's behind the wheel. Bastian Buss, I think, started that car.
That's right.
And Phil Doer is driving that car. Thank you, Oliver.
I think the McLaren is really pushing hard here and flashing his lights. I don't know even if he knows, maybe he thinks this is for track position potentially, if he hasn't had any information from his team. That could also be something. He's racing really hard here, but it's not for position overall.
Well, the car that he's racing for positioning class, which is 2 cars back, not the next car behind him, but the next car, is also black and yellow, because it's the Snitcherland car. So you might... The difference between the front end of a black and yellow Porsche and a black and yellow AMG, to us, watching from the outside, is pretty obvious. But when you're looking in your rear camera or your rear view mirror, whilst trying to navigate the 100 or so corners of the Nürburgring and everything else, you're just seeing a colour of a car there.
This is when you hope your engineer's saying, hey, this is not for track position, you know. And
this is not for the class win, don't worry.
Don't worry, because, you know, this is where the driver and the team communication is so important. But it just seemed to me, with him flashing his lights, he's under pressure, and he doesn't probably need to be so intense in this situation.
I just want to, whilst that has calmed down for a moment, I just want to finish off the conversation about the British Racing Drivers Club, the BRDC, bringing that international kart circuit to Silverstone. So down through the years, we've had a rallycross circuit there. We've still got a rally school there. We've got the short circuit that is used for all kinds of bits and pieces, and Aston Martin have an experience centre there now. We've got various versions of the Grand Prix circuit. I redid my ARDS licence there on the circuit that cuts through at the end of the F1 start-finish straight and then comes back onto the Hangar straight, which is an interesting little track there. That was a few years ago now. Yeah. Absolutely. It's one of the few circuits in the world that has 2 proper-sized pit lanes. So in the old days when we had the WEC and the ELMS there, they could both have a proper pit lane, which is great for things like the Silverstone Classic Festival, which is coming up in not too long a time. And of course we have got sports car racing, international sports car racing, back at Silverstone this year with the ELMS, and that's great news.
Very exciting.
Not just for the circuit, not just for the BRDC, BRDC, but for the fans of endurance racing.
I'm very pleased to see ELMS, and I really would love to see WEC back. You know, we've got Britain's premier race, the Formula 1 Grand Prix, but I really want to make sure we do a lot of non-F1 racing as well, you know, whether that's club racing or grassroots motorsport, right up to, you know, international sports car racing, so touring cars, everything.
It has, with the relatively recent addition of the museum, it's become a community resource as well. And indeed, during the summer, if we're talking about the fastest cars in circuit racing, which would be a toss-up between F1 and IndyCar, depending on where you are, but we're talking about the very pinnacle of FIA motorsport in F1. But there are evenings when Silverstone and the BRDC throw up Silverstone open for you to go and run the track, to cycle the track. It is a community resource now on the border of those counties.
Absolutely, it's a leisure facility as well as a, you know, leading racetrack, and
an educational facility. Let's not forget now with the academy.
Yeah, got the academy, UTC across the road. You've got the museum, which is well worth a visit. There's so much to see in there. It's going places, and I'm very proud that we're able to use the fact that we've got the Grand Prix for the foreseeable future, and really make sure that some of that gets filtered back into, you know, let's say a historic, not historic racing, but grassroots motorsport as well. So very excited to be part of that, and we've got a great team there of a leadership team doing amazing things. So very excited to be part of all of that and see where it goes.
Luke on the BRDC side will be as happy as I am, as a lad from the northeast, that Sunderland won the first leg of this semi-final at BRDC Silverstone, by the way, if you want to follow them on the socials. Andy Prior, proud BRDC member and director, alongside me, John Hindhoff, as we are into the last couple of laps, I reckon now, and that gap all of a sudden has
reduced, by the way.
It has reduced, and this is what we've been noticing all the way through the race. It was 12.5 seconds, and it's come down, if I can scroll back to the top of the timing screen, but we've been noticed that the Manthey car has been just taking a little bit of time in the middle of the stint, and it's come down to 10.3 seconds at the end of that lap. However, Thomas Preining has just taken around about half a second out of Maro Engel on the Grand Prix track, because I'm now going to look at every split as they go
through. It has reduced a couple of seconds, so with only 15 minutes to go, I don't think that's a realistic delta to close up on, but you know, it's always possible. You never give up, and you keep pushing right to the end.
That's Preining's had a really good second sector of the circuit. That's the first part of the Hatton back onto the Nordschleife, taking a full second out of Engel. And now, look, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. A full green track at the moment. So this is the time to make hay. If you've got performance, you've got to use it. Engel coming down through the foxhole has had some traffic there, and he hasn't been able to maximise that run down through there. And the difference between a production-based touring car or one of the Cup 3 or 4 cars and a GT3 car through the foxhole, where you have to follow them, that's going to lose you a lot of time there. Seconds.
Absolutely, 1 or 2 seconds for sure. Just trying to find your way past, and you know, let's put it this way: Engel's not going to be an easy guy to gap. So, you know, if Preining's putting a delta to him, then he's doing a great job, and the Manthey car is definitely coming up with the goods right at the end when it matters most. But you can never rule out Engel. Engel's got a bit of a buffer to Muller in the Falcon Motorsport car as well, so I think it's kind of reached that point now where we're gonna see, the 1, 2, 3. Let's not give it the curse, but you know, we've got no yellows. It's a full green track.
Now, there is an interesting battle beginning to bubble up. Remember, we were watching Phil Durr and Joel Sturm battling for 7th and 8th. Now, they are in different classes, SP9 Pro Am and SP9 Pro for the Dole Motorsport McLaren and the Dynamic GT. They're on the Grand Prix circuit now. However, hoving into view is the number 11 SP9 Pro Am, so 2nd place, Mercedes AMG GT3.
That's it.
And it is now in the same shot. So that is an absolute battle for 1st and 2nd in class with that interloper, the dynamic car ahead of them. It's J-Mo Hartling behind the wheel of that SR Motorsport machine by Schnitzelau. God, I'd be no good. You'd be no good driving for a team that's sponsored by a schnitzel restaurant.
No, not good for your physique for sure. And
so now, hey, okay, so Schnitzelau, so veal schnitzel or pork schnitzel, or do you not mind?
I think Wiener Schnitzel's the way to go, with a bit of tomato on top.
Right.
Yeah, lovely with some nice little potatoes, you know.
Pils sauce, mushroom sauce, or just as it comes?
Just as it comes, I think.
Okay.
With a bit of lemon squeezed on top, you know.
But you do like a bit of, if it's the season, a bit of white asparagus.
Oh yeah, it's got to be done.
Yeah,
it's got to be done. John, look at this. It's closing up.
Right up, and there's 3 cars for the battle.
Yeah. This is going to get
7th, 8th and 9th. 7th, 8th and 9th, and 1st and 2nd in the SP9 Pro Am battle. Absolutely incredible. At the front of the field, the lead was 10 seconds at the start of the lap, went down to 9, went back up to 10.5, and it's gone out to about 11 now. But here comes the pass. Now, this is important, not for class position. The black and yellow Porsche of Dynamic is trying to go through and take an overall position. But look behind that car in the mirrors, the highlighted green-yellow sort of coloured car with the black on it as well. At the front, you can see it's not the same shade, but you can see why it would be easy to mistake those cars with the black and light colours on them. Well, that green car is the Schnitzelau machine, and that is the 2nd place car in class, which the McLaren, the orange, white and black McLaren is leading. So that's 7th, 8th and 9th, and they are battling for class position, the 1st and the 3rd in that particular group. So Joel Sturm is unwittingly here in the middle, or possibly wittingly now, or at least certainly knowingly. He will have been told by his engineer, be careful, because J-Mo Hartling, who is coming up on you, will want to be by and have a crack at the back of that McLaren. I don't know what you do here if you're Joel Sturm. You've just got to run your own race, haven't you, Andy? Or do you get out of the way?
No, you don't get out of the way. You run your own race. I think there's a bit of pride at stake here. I think the McLaren wants to stay in track position and have the best P7. Maybe it's important for them. You know, they're pushing hard to stay in position, but it's really closed it up nicely now amongst these 3 cars. Dynamic did have a really good look. Storm did have a big look at it before a minute ago and got chopped. McLaren is defending, in my opinion, and working hard to keep its track position. So
right, shite.
Yeah.
Heading up the hill.
Yeah.
Now, the Porsche seems to be good. So we've got a yellow flag out at Exmüller, which is behind them. So the Porsche does seem to be good in the draft, but it's double draft, of course, for the AMG behind them. The leader's just gone across the line.
9.6 second gap.
And where were we on the time when they went across the line?
I think they're going to have 2 more laps.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right, Andy.
Yeah, I think they're going to have 2 more laps. Yeah.
That's it. I hope well, there's no problem because they've just done 4 laps in the stint. Engel's done 5 laps in the stint. Müller in 3rd for Falken has done 5 laps in the second. Dennis Marshall in the 2nd of the Falken cars will have also completed 5 laps when they come around. I'm keeping an eye on that McLaren Porsche AMG battle for 7th, 8th and 9th. Oh, huge amount of traffic at the Kleiner Carousel, but dealt with really well by Phil Dorr in the Durr Motorsport McLaren. Could have easily panicked there and locked up. He didn't, and in fact he's made ground as he came out of there. That's smart driving, Andy.
I think that's clever. He's used the traffic to give himself a gap, and he's going to need it, because he's still got 2 more laps to go now with the this will be his last. He'll do 1 more lap after this. So yeah, it was really good to see that. He's using it, but he's getting pulled quite close now by Storm. Again, is reeling him back in. I would say the Storm car, the GT car, the Porsche 911 is a little bit quicker at this stage of the race, but finding a way past is not going to be easy.
Gaps first to second, 9.6 at the line. Gone out a little bit on the Grand Prix circuit. It's Manthey from Mercedes team getting speed from the 2 Falcon Porsches. They're 11 and 25 seconds further back, respectively, for the top 4. So the top 3 at the moment, barring incident, accident, loss of concentration or an act of God, I think are pretty much nailed on.
Yeah, I agree with you.
At this level of driving, if it was me in the front car, there's always an opportunity of me getting distracted by a squirrel on the side of the track or something like that, and ending up putting a wheel off. Tracy Krohn has just put the fastest lap of the Cup 2 category in the number 935 on an 8:43.0. And leads, and is 11th in that class in Cup 2, but that is the fastest lap of that class. Now, is that Tracy behind the car? No disrespect to the tall Texan, but Johnson tends to be the quicker car, although Tracy has a lot of experience now and has done a lot of GT3 Cup Porsche driving in other series. So here's this trio that is forming the 7th, 8th and 9th battle. Now, you might think, why are we concentrating on the 7th, 8th and 9th battle? Well, because it's the best battle on the track. It's 3 different manufacturers, but the McLaren as the first car, the leading car in that trio, and the AMG Mercedes, which is the 3rd, that is the battle for 1st and 2nd in the SP9 Pro-Am category. The dynamic GT Porsche in the middle of it, that's the Luke Hartog car, isn't it? The 54, yes it is. Joel Sturm driving that car at the moment. He is, well, he's got the best seat in the house because he's watching both of those cars. For the moment, they are equidistant as they go across the line. It's just on 7/10ths between Durr and Sturm, and just on 8/10ths between Sturm and J-Mo Hartling. They've got traffic, and of course, whatever else you say, Andy, if you're at the front of a queue, as the McLaren is at the moment, you're the one that hits the traffic first.
Yeah, you are. You're the ferret that they send in and try and jump.
I like that.
Jump on a little mistake or whatever. For sure, you can, but you can also try to trip your opponents up as well, and place the car maybe at the inside of the corner and then get through and then balk your competitor. So you're definitely playing chess at this time.
It amazes me always that you pro racing drivers, whilst driving the car at the very ragged edge of adhesion on, particularly here, the most demanding closed circuit racetrack in the world, and if anybody wants to disagree with me, you can, but you're wrong, I'm afraid.
Absolutely.
And you are really pushing the car as hard as you can. The screen is covered in bugs. You might have the sun in your eyes at the end of the day. 4 minutes left, by the way. So doing all of that, having to pass slower cars, and at the same point you're going, right, I'm going to have to get past this car, but if I pass him right away, it's going to give my opponent an advantage. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to back off and sit alongside him until I get to the corner, and then I've backed everybody up. The fact that you have even got the excess mental capacity to think like that stuns me.
It's amazing what you can achieve when you've got your contract on the line. You just want to win. Yeah, it's true, John. You have to play the chess. You have to play the game. you have to learn, you know, from your time behind the wheel, how to play the traffic at its best. And these rhythms come during the race, and it's so funny, but by the end of the 24-hour race, it really becomes second nature. But at the beginning of the race, you're learning your opponents, you're learning how to play in the traffic, and every driver's different as well. Who's in the car? How does he turn? You're trying to learn, but towards the end of the race, you've got much more competitive drivers in the car.
I'm keeping an eye on what's going on at the front of the field as well, by the way. We're not neglecting that. Thomas Preining for Manthey led across the line to start, which I think this will be the last lap, actually. Just, well, I think it might be. 9.6 seconds. His first sector time was 105.6. Engel, 105.8. Second sector time for the leader, 104 flat. Engel, 103.9. 158.7 for sector 3. 158.7 for sector 3. Those guys, they could be racing door to door because they are racing hammer and tongs. That's something I love about this circuit, Andy, that they are racing 10 seconds apart, but they are chipping little tenths and half tenths away from each other. You don't have to be side by side to be racing. Those guys are properly racing.
Those guys are racing for their averages as well.
Good point.
You know, they are absolutely racing to be looking in a good way in the averages, and you know, even if you're 10 seconds back, you're still going absolutely 10 tenths.
Yeah.
Because you're judged, as we always used to say in the old days, you're only as good as your last race. Now you're only as good as your next race.
Here's Dorr and Sturm going side by side, and there's a little touch there from the dynamic car too. The McLaren now dives to the inside of Breitscheid as they were coming down the hill.
Past him, yeah.
So dynamic's gone through using the traffic. That was a traffic assisted pass, and the car goes off right in front of that battle, and immediately the dynamic car pulls away. However, what is left now is a battle for the lead in SP9 Pro. As the leader goes across the line, Andy, you were spot on. One more lap. One more lap. So it is Thomas Preining now onto the final lap of the race. Traffic assisted, as I said, as they were coming down through the hill. There was a group of 3 cars, BMW Cup class cars. The McLaren goes on the grass on the left, and there was a touch there between the left front and the right rear. McLaren to Porsche. Very, very decisive move down the inside. You said you've got to have your courage of your convictions, and Joel Sturm had the courage of his convictions.
He was totally committed to the risk, and you could see he was going through. The body language of the car was decisive, assertive, and he did the move. Now, of course, the McLaren is now going to have his mirrors full behind him, so this is now for position. So I would love to watch this last lap to see what actually happens here.
They're in the Kleiner carousel, and a little mistake actually by Joel Sturm in the dynamic GT Porsche, and the McLaren's got a much better run towards Galgenkopf. There's more traffic ahead, but then of course the long run down the Duttinger Höhe, and the car at the back will get the triple run in terms of the slipstream. A little bit of movement in the McLaren there. Didn't look like Phil Dorr was overly confident on how he turned the car in there.
He didn't look like he used all the road there. I think maybe he was a bit focusing on the traffic, and he didn't optimize his line, and you can see that the absolutely dynamic cars pulled away. Did you see how he nearly got spat out of the carousel?
Yeah.
You can go into that carousel too fast, and you can actually have quite a nasty off there, and it can throw you out of the carousel.
Yeah, that was the full carousel, excuse me, the Cracchiola carousel. They've just gone through Bergwerk now, so Brunsched now, sorry, I'm taking them backwards around the track. That would be interesting. Yeah, that Porsche's gone now, so that is not a factor. Oh, traffic really playing into the hands of the McLaren driver, Phil Dorr, but now he's got more traffic ahead of him, and this time he is slightly held up, and here comes the AMG. This is the fast run down through the S's at the Stefan Bellof Essen, heading down as they come down to the bottom of the hill, and Schwalbenschwanz, Swallow's Tail, into the Kleiner carousel. I just wonder if that AMG is has lost touch now in terms of getting into the slipstream.
I think so, and he's just given himself a big scare. He was half the car on the grass in that section, so that's not going to help. The tyre's going to be a bit dirty, but you notice how quickly the dynamic car, John, has pulled away.
Yeah.
That is how easy it is to get stuck behind a slightly slower car and hemorrhage lap time.
You would have thought that with that performance advantage, the pass would have been easy.
And it's not round here, is it?
No. What's that, 15 minutes, 2 laps?
He's worked for a while to get past that car because he played defensive, and you can be, it's so frustrating, and that's what you get pulled into, these mistakes at this stage of the race where you've got to pass, you want to pass. He's driven away, but you feel it's almost, you're losing so little time, but then when you pass them and clear them, you drive away.
6 seconds he's pulled out.
There you go.
Easily. Now,
so this is the, I believe, the off for the McLaren. Yes.
For the AMG.
The AMG. That would have given him the scare right through there. That's fast, very fast through there.
You got to pick a side, haven't you? Am I going left? Am I going? Oh my goodness! The Schlitzerland car's in the pits. Have they miscalculated the fuel? My goodness me! Or maybe is there a slow puncture? All these cars in GT3 have the tyre pressure monitors. They're fueling. Oh, so that wasn't quite the battle that we were hoping for. Yeah,
that's annoying.
You know what that is, though, Andy? They weren't expecting that extra lap for the leader. It's the leader that determines. That was the end of their 8-lap stint.
Correct. Spot on.
Wow.
Spot on.
Wow. So that just goes to show how you can be bitten by the pace of somebody else's car.
It's not over until it's over, hey?
You're talking about a car that is 4 minutes up the road from you, going across the line to make you having to do another lap.
Yeah.
So half a lap up the road.
That's it. And your afternoon's turned a bit sour.
Now, the good news is J-Moy's not going to lose the 2nd place in Pro-Am, but he's lost the opportunity to lead and potentially win that. So he was battling, he was hoping that the checkered flag was going to come out and he could have a run and that McLaren. So you got to be on the phone now to Phil Durr and say, Phil, back it off, mate.
Back it off. Hopefully,
back it off.
Hopefully they will. Because he was really working hard the last 2 laps, so he needs to relax a little bit, otherwise he's gonna potentially make a mistake, you know. But yeah, so you're so right there, John. That's how the Nordschleife works for you, and it's all strategy. And yeah, you could easily still lose it on the last lap, so it's not over until it's over.
It looks like the Share Sports Porsche made another stop as well. Yes, it did. So that'll be exactly the same, I reckon. Although
it's got to
Patrick Niederhauser had only done 5 laps, so maybe they just didn't put enough fuel in, because they've done 4 stops to everybody else's 3 as well.
Potential splash and dash. Oh, and another.
Now this is the 444.
Oh no, he's got going.
Red, white, and black Porsche Cayman. That car is one of the cup classes.
Had a little off.
Oh, that's the Korn family outing there in that machine. Yes, just gather yourself back together at this point. Don't bother trying to make it all up on the next corner. It's never good. I tell you what, there's a lot of people heading into the pits at the moment. The Max Cruz Racing 644 AT2 leader is in the pits, and the Manthey 718 is behind. Oh, the 2nd place car in that class. I was just about to say that car will come through to potentially take the lead, and it's off on the run.
Has that run out of fuel?
Well, that's on the run up the Starstrecker, isn't it? So that's Klostertal as well, or somewhere near there. Mundkurve maybe. But my goodness, that car's run out of fuel, or it's certainly come to a halt. It's Kesselchen. So yeah, that run up there towards Mundkurve, car pulled over, driver's left. So the leader now went across the line with 10, call it 11 seconds. Thomas Preining in his pocket. He took out a full second in Sector 2, half a second in Sector 1.
It'd be interesting to see if Engel does lose a bit of pace, because maybe he's fuel saving. you know, to get the car to the end.
Well, Preining will only be at the end of 6 laps. There's a whole lot of cars at the moment who are backing up on the end of the Dottinger Hole because they don't want to do another lap. They know they haven't got the fuel. It looks like everybody backing up to go for a qualifying run at the moment. And anyone who's got a bit of extra fuel at the moment is really doing well. The lead has gone past, what, half a dozen or 10 cars. That is extraordinary. David Pittard has, I think I saw the Volkenhorst car in there. Across the line to win the 56th Adenauer ADAC event here at the Nordschleife. It is the Manthey EMA car, the number 911. Thomas Preining and Aycan Guvin. The gap at the line is 11.1 seconds, so Engel fairly kept into it there for Team Get Speed, and it'll be the number 3 Falcon Motorsports. They've been good all year, Falcon. Had a great start to the season here, and another solid 3rd and 4th for the 2 Falcon cars. But that is a perfectly judged race from Manthey as they cross the line with cars up and down the field. Not just the SP9 cars, a 6-lap stint to the end for Thomas Preining after he jumped in about halfway through, just after halfway through, and did 8 laps, then 6. Aycan Guvin had done a couple of shorter stints at the start and sort of dropped a couple of long stints when everyone else was playing around. A very, very interesting strategy for the guys at Manthey. And they will win it then. They have won it ahead of Mercedes and Porsche in 3rd. 2 more Porsches, 4th and 5th, Falcon and Scherer. Valkenhorst, Aston Martin, and David Pittard anchoring home the number 34 car in 6th. That was a fairly quiet run from Pittard's Nicky Team et al. Joel Sturm comes through in 7th, having had that battle with the McLaren of Fildo behind the wheel of that car. But they will come home. The McLaren of Durr Motorsport comes home, winning the Pro-Am class ahead of JMO Hartling. And they must still be out on the circuit at the moment, but that's surely that splash from from Hartling, excuse me, is taking that car away from any chance of a lead. They lost 46 seconds because of that stop. Just hoping that the Dorr car actually has still plenty of fuel in it. Only the top 6 have come across the line, still waiting for some of the other cars to come through. This is the joy of racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and that's Aston Martin and Porsche together. I may have called that a little bit early, as David Pittard has a Porsche up his tailpipes. In fact, actually, that's the opposite way around. Pittard has gone past Niederhauser. That's a change on the second half of the last lap. And David Pittard brings the Aston Martin home in 5th position. So I just wonder again, Andy, whether that was down to just a little bit more fuel in the car towards the end, and they were able to run full reach, because that was quite a big gap that David Pittard closed down on the Scherer Sport Porsche.
Looks like he was just stroking it to get over the line, to be honest. I agree.
Yeah, look at the last lap from Pittard was at 38, Niederhauser a 9:24.
Yeah, he's just fuel saving.
Yeah, and that's what happens. It's something that I love about endurance racing. It's not 122 laps, it's 4 hours, and the 4 hours is up only when the leader finishes. So actually we ran nearly 4 hours, and well, the leader ran 4 hours and 6 or 7 minutes. Those guys are coming across the line at 4 hours and 12 minutes.
Yep.
And there's still racing going on, by the way. So let me go down. So Niederhauser in 6th. I'm waiting for Joel Sturm to come through. Yes, he's come through in the dynamic. Durr Motorsports come through to win Pro-Am. Excellent. Then it's going to be the Shearer Sport Audi, number 15, in 9th position because of that stop by Jim O'Hartling at the end. And he still hasn't crossed the line for the 2nd spot in Pro-Am. So will we see Dirk Müller go past him as well and elevate the HRT Ford Performance Mustang GT3 into the top 10 of the overall? That is still a possibility. Let's see who comes across the line first. I'm now checking the times as they come through. No, there goes Hartling. So he is 2nd. And 2nd in class. Then it'll be Müller. Then it's all the Cup classes coming through. Cup 2 Pro are in 12th, 13th and 14th position. Thomas Preining out of the winning car, down in the pit lane. Well, Aycan Guvin played a blinder, did exactly what he was expected to do, Andy Priault. There was fuel saving, there was tactics, there was a little bit of defensive driving when required, but there was an overall plan from the Manthey EMA crew, and they executed it par excellence.
They did. They were super clever. They deserved this win. It was a hard-fought race, and very, very impressive performance from them all.
Congratulations to all the class winners as well. All of the results at vln.de. As the formalities are about to start down in the pit lane, I'll say thank you to all of our production team at the Nürburgring Nordschleife and in London. For Andy Priault, I'm John Hindhoff. Thanks for being with us. Join us at the next NLS event. Bye-bye.
Ja, absolut. Wir hatten mega gutes Rennen, hatten richtig Spaß bei dem Wetter. Am Ende ja, hat uns die Crew knapp geschlagen.